Why not playing remake? Oh, I'm gonna love that question.
King Alant XII, by channeling the power of souls, brought unprecedented prosperity to his northern kingdom of Boletaria. That is, until the colorless deep fog swept across the land. Boletaria was cut off from the outside world, and those who dared penetrate the deep fog never returned.
I don't know, I'll be honest.
But Valarfax of the royal twin fangs broke free from the fog.
It kind of makes me sad how like remakes can just kind of erase like the original.
King Alant had aroused the old one, the great beast below the Nexus, from its eternal slumber, and that a colorless fog had swept in, unleashing terrible demons. The demons hunt down men and claim their souls. Those who lose their souls also lose their minds. The mad attack the sane, and chaos reigns. Valarfax spoke of the enticing power of the demon souls. Each time a demon claims a human soul,
well, it's just like
the demon's own soul is invigorated.
As time progresses, more and more people are going like the original is just gonna get like lost to time, like, and that's fine. I mean, that's just the nature of things. But
the legend spread quickly. Mighty warriors were drawn to the accursed land, but none have returned. Bjor of the Twin Fangs, Yurt the Silent Chief, Sage Urbane.
You still play Tetris? I don't really see how that's a fair analogy.
Astraea and her knight Garl Vinland, and Sage Frake the Visionary. The colorless deep fog slowly creeps beyond Boletaria's borders. Humankind faces a slow and steady extinction. The deep fog will eventually swallow all lands near and far. But Boletaria has one final hope. A lone warrior who has braved the baneful fog. Has the land found its savior? Or have the demons found a new slave?
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to play the original. I guess it kind of depends. Like, in the case of Demon Souls, the remake and the original are very similar. You know, they didn't really change much. The main difference is the graphics and the music.
Not death.
The 60 FPS is a little janky in this cutscene, but I think it's like just this cutscene. Although, actually, wait, is there a button you can use to like toggle it on and off? I can't remember.
So that you may lull the old one back to slumber.
I can't remember if you can do something like that. Oh, no way. Fuck, it's still cooked again, dude. God damn it, man. Okay, wait. Yeah, okay. It's all it's the same thing as last time's happening. Yeah. Wait, hold on, let me see. God damn it, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe we should just play the fucking remake. This is so annoying because the emulator used to work perfectly, and I don't know if it's like changes that they made to the emulator or what, but it used to be perfect. Like maybe it's new hardware. I really don't know. Crunchy audio is hilarious. No, it's not. It's awful. So all I had to do was just re-full screen the game and that fixes it? The one guy in chat is just the savior. If only he was here the last time. It'll happen again. Okay, yeah. I think it's already happened. Dude, why is the emulator, like, this is so frustrating for me because I used to do speedruns on the emulator and it ran, like, so good. And now, my PC is so much better than when I used to play on this. And it runs like shit. I just don't get it. Why is it so scuffed? I'm sorry, chat. I should have just played the frickin' remake. Or, I mean, I think we probably will still just switch to the remake. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to just, like, be sitting here trying to figure this out. I mean, I have the audio buffering on. Double sound in OBS. Shouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know, man. This sucks, dude. It's so frustrating because it genuinely, chat, it used to run so good. Like it was honestly I preferred playing it like this, but I don't know, man. It's just fucked. I don't think I have VSync on. I'm just frustrated because I just want to play. I just want to play the. I just want to play the original. That's all. I'm gonna try one thing and then. I'll try this, and if it doesn't work, then we switch to the remake, I think, because I don't want to sit here troubleshooting all day. I want to actually play the game. I just find it so weird that like previously it ran so good. And it seems okay. We're getting some like weird pop-ins and stuff, but I think it's because it's compiling shaders. Seems okay. Doesn't remember where to go. It looks different in this game, alright? Do we really try to kill the steppy stomps? Dagger's terrible. Charge R2. This R2 is also terrible. Man, this thing sucks. There's no bleeds in this game. Just suffering. Bruh. Thought I was gonna die right at the end, dude. That boy. I'm dead.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. This is the Nexus. It holds together the northern land of Boletaria. Thou canst not exit the Nexus, but
Wonder if I can make it so the compiling shaders thing doesn't pop up. Probably like a notification setting or something. Let me see. In advanced settings. Silence all logs. It's gone. Well, yeah, it's gone for now. Oh. Show shader compilation hint. Turn that off. Alright. Well, that's not working. Oh, wait, I think I know why. There we go.
You new here? Do you hear from my services?
Yeah.
Name's Baldwin. Just an ordinary blacksmith. It's simple. Just bring me all the souls you can. In trade, I'll give you weapons, or forge ones you already have. With your sword...
Dang, we can already get this thing to +2.
You come back alive. I need your business.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn up my camera speed. Oh wait, what am I doing, dude? I gotta do the tutorial. Oh, you know what, chat? Look at this. Watch, we can do the strat now. They changed this in the remake. It pissed me off so much. You can just land on this in this game, but in the remake, they're like, nope, nope, no you don't, no you don't. Frickin' baloney. Well, I'm glad the audio's fine. What fixed it? I had to turn on, like, time buffering or some shit. Hey, coming through, asshole. Dude, I mess up this strat oh, jeez, this is not good. I mess up the strat every time. It's freaking hard. That strat is hard, man. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna get the cling ring. Excuse me? Slave's shield. All right. This ring we just picked up gives us 25% more HP when we're in the soul form. I'm playing the OG because I felt like it. I mean, I do think the remake looks pretty nice. Like I don't dislike the remake. I do wish that they kept some of the OST from the original, even though it's a bit, I mean, like I guess I could understand why they replaced it, but I do like the OG soundtrack. You know, funny enough, chat, it's actually, but this doesn't make any sense, but running past this bridge, if you have the Thief's Ring on, it's way harder. Refuses to move on with time. Alright, man. I can also cheat in the original. They got rid of my cheats in the remake. Honestly, upgrading stuff in this game is frickin' awful. I'm probably gonna die trying to do this strat. But it doesn't really matter. Oh no, okay. Oh, I want to use the fire bombs, but I won't. Maybe two-handing it is better. Oh, yeah. Okay, you don't bounce when you two-hand. Our dagger's also +2 right now, which is pretty nice. You guys got any drops for me? Sharpstone and a Heartstone. Secret dagger will be the best dagger for this run. I don't know where you even get that. Oh, it's found in Prison of Hope.
Welcome back. The monumental awaits the above.
What's up, Dara?
The Monumental will explain the Nexus to thee.
Game is running pretty well now.
We have long awaited you, Slayer of Demons. I am one of the Monumentals. We preserve the fabric of reality. There is something thou needest to know.
I like this mask.
Once, we too, a scourge of demons faced. In the distant past, under a benevolent rule, the world was united, owing to the soul arts. Until a lust for power caused the awakening of the Old One. Across the land seeped a colorless, deep fog, and the world faced extinction at the hands of the demons. Thanks be, we were able to lull the Old One back to his slumber. Yet only after
Oh no.
the loss of innumerable souls and half the world
Alright.
lost.
I don't know what happened. I went to the...
In order to mend the fabric of what land still remained,
Sorry, I left for a
we
second.
entrusted 6 elders with 6 precious archstones. 1 to the king of a small yet diligent land. 1 to the king of the burrowers underground. 1 to the wise queen of the great ivory tower. 1 to the chieftain of lost and ill-fortuned souls. 1 to the shaman of the tempest-worshipping shadowmen. And the last to the great giants of the northern lands. The archstones were placed at nodes across the earth. We contained the Old One inside this nexus and banned the soul arts. Finally, we became monumentals, half-living sentinels of the fabric of reality. Alas, the other monumentals have perished, and only I remain. Now it is your turn. You must lull the Old One back to its slumber.
Alright, I gotta go.
Brave soul, who fears not death, prithee, lull the Old One back to its ancient slumber. What is it? Dost thou seek soul power? So be after all. Go, let these Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, art thou done? May thine strength help the world be mended.
Yeah, the lighting's a little jank. Okay, chat, are you ready for cheating? Watch this. Actually, I don't remember how to do it.
I'm stuck. Well, but I would be.
Oh,
Best of luck. I would be happy to lighten. Best of luck. I would. Rest assured. Best.
oh, there we go. Oh, look at all those shards of sharpstone.
It's in with yours. No interest. I could. It's in with you.
Oh, yeah. We need large sharpstone shards. Inventory weight limit. Well, the items get duped into Thomas's inventory. That's why you're on original. Maybe. All right. Wait a sec.
Are you here to... If so, I will help you however I can. I can teach you elementary spells. Sage Frake is a gleaming hope for humankind, but I have not the power to save him alone. Be careful.
Wait, where can I get a catalyst, chat? Because I need to fucking... I need to cast spells. Shit, I don't actually know. No spells, dagger only. Okay, fine. I'll fucking do the area normally then. We got our sticky white stuff. Oh, that's not good. So the thing is, chat, there's normally a skip you can do here, but it doesn't work on frickin' 30 FPS or on 60 FPS. God damn it. I think we just have to do it normally. I wonder if... Does the skip that we do in the remake work in this? Sure. Can you just limit the FPS on the emulator? I'm not sure if there's like a toggle. That skip is remake only? Ah, yes. You obviously know best. Not the guy who played the original a fucking million times. I didn't want to use a full moon! I have played the OG quite a bit. Why not the remake? Because I felt like playing the original. A strong backstab. Ooh, a large, hard shard. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that the remake looks better. Like, it would be stupid to say... Oh shit, I went the wrong way. It'd be stupid to say that it doesn't. I do think some of the art direction in the remake is worse. But the thing is, it's like, it's one of those situations where if you never played the original, you don't have anything, like you don't have anything to compare it to, so. Of course, I mean, the remake is still great. I like Storm King in the remake. I think it's cool. Oh, there's a large shard, large sharp shard here. Nice. But yeah, you can actually like dupe consumables in this as well. I don't remember how you do it though. The thing is, oh, this is kind of bad. Well, I guess we could do, okay, you know what? Let's just use one sticky white stuff here and then we'll dupe, dupe some more. Well, there. Oh, that's not good. This fucking coom, dude. Fine, we're close. This is not going well. Fuck. He's sending me flying. My damage! Not again. Who cycle? Did you just do a melee attack? That's weird. Goodbye, Mr. Spider. All right. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna level up a little bit.
That the soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul out out me.
Best of luck. Hello.
Yeah, let's give him my sticky white stuff.
You have a...
We are cheating, chat. We are duping because I can. Wait, why did I take that out? Oh, shit.
You have a heart.
It's simple. With you. No, I... Oh, goodbye.
Beautiful. All right. Wait a sec. I actually need a little bit.
Thou seeketh soul power, dost thou not? Then touch the demon inside me. Soul of the mind, key to life's art thou done?
I'm not playing the OG just so I can cheat. It's part of it, but it's not the only reason. Oh no, chat, gotta go back. I forgot my sticky white stuff in the box.
Hello.
Thomas has my sticky white stuff. Wait, no, I did take it. I'm stupid. I regret what I just said. Kill, dude. I need these shards. Yes. Chat, sometimes it's just nice to play the original. I don't know. I don't care that much about graphics, to be honest. Am I feel like... Oh no, I'm fine. Wait a sec. Oh. I need this grass. All right. Well. Dagger with sticky white stuff is actually the speedrun strat for this guy, by the way. It's pretty good. Honestly, upgrading the dagger doesn't even, like, frickin' do anything. Like, genuinely, the duping is kind of pointless. All of our damage comes from the resin. Does like no damage. Wrecked. I don't think we need boss weapons.
Thou then, soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
I'm gonna get some health so I don't get one shot by this freaking guy.
From its vessel. Let strength be granted. Art thou done?
Hey, Graydon, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, man. I don't even remember the OG strat here. Oh, this dagger is not... This dagger is not good, gentlemen. Breaking stuff. If I put my white stuff on it, will that help, maybe? Maybe R2s. This is not good, guys. This is really bad. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die here. Look at how many fucking hits that takes. Okay, well, that works. I had to make sure if I was sprinting and I got hit by that fire, I was gonna die, by the way. I needed to make sure not to get counter hit. I don't think this ring is useful at all for us. We're doing it. Amazing. We gotta use the harpoons, man.
That then, soul of the mind, key to life's ether. soul
I like
of the
how
lost
HP also,
withdrawn
or
from
Vit
its
also
vessel.
gives item burden.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Oh yeah, Dex gives you safer
So the
landing.
world might be mended.
Yeah, this weapon has like no scaling at all. There is a
Art thou
different
damning?
dagger. Yeah, the secret dagger. We're gonna go get that soon.
Key to life's ether. Soul of the lost withdrawn. Art thou
In fact, we can go get it right now. Suppose. Yeah, there's also the baby's nail. I don't know why I'm trying to open these. Does anyone know where this secret dagger is, though? I know where the baby's nail is. Well, I know that we can get the secret dagger. I've never picked it up before.
Help me.
Hold on, let me check. All I know is that the secret dagger is here. Wait, the secret dagger scales with strength. What? Huh? No, there's no respec. But I mean, if we want to get high strength level, we could just dupe souls. Honestly, I just wanted to dupe mainly for the upgrade materials. I love the dagger backstab animation in this game. I wonder what it's like in the remake. It probably takes like 15 seconds to backstab them. Some of the fucking riposte animations in the remake are like, I mean, they're cool, but they take so long. Gotta be in this section here, I think. No, we're gonna get some other daggers. dagger in here? Nope. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, I was pretty sure that was gonna happen. Oops. Whoopsies. Do I have to go back? Yeah, but I'm on the second floor. And I have the 4F key, but... Unless... Is this the... third floor? Where's this frickin' dagger, dude? Maybe I should have looked. Maybe I should have tried to figure out where. Chad, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, lady, I need.
Thank you. No.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know where this fucking thing is. I want to find it though. Can't be here. Oh wait, maybe it's... No, because that's a hole. I don't know. I don't know. I've never picked this up before. I don't know. Oh, maybe here. Out of my way. Flaws. Aha! Nice. I'm gonna just buy a bunch of grass from this lady. Although, I mean, we could just dupe grass, but
My.
it's fine. Thank you. Dude, out of my way. Since I'm female, I can use the silver bracers at least. These silver bracelets give more soul gain. Alright, this frickin' trap is scary, guys. We're fine. Can't go back to OG Demon Souls. Why? Because the graphics? If you play it on emulator, you could play it at 60 FPS, so it feels pretty good. Honestly. I don't really mind the graphics. I still feel like they're fine. I mean, yeah, the remake looks better, but... Why aren't you... Shoot me! No, 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 stop. I can block with the dagger, probably. No way. Wait a sec, I'm gonna use my throwing dagger. Finish the job. Come on. Ugh. It's a knife, not a dagger. Okay, well, so in Elden Ring is the black knife not a dagger, chat? Huh? Hmm. Hey, Tosan, thank you for the 59 months. What's up, Stennis? Yeah, we can. There's no meat skip in this game, by the way, chat. Oh, also, we can get the colorless demon because we didn't. Wait, actually, we died once, but I think that's okay. I think we can afford to die once. I think we can go get a colorless demon soul for the baby nail. It's been 8 hours already. Yeah, that was from yesterday. God, I hate this elevator so much. Oh my god, this elevator is misery. Are we not in pure white? I guess not. No, I don't. You want to be in pure black? Oh, is it pure black for the colorless demon? Am I stupid? Oopsies. Alright, well, nothing a little cheating can't fix, you know?
Hello. You have a... Hello. Yeah. Hello.
I love it.
You have a...
Hi.
It seems like the secret dagger is better. Oh, no, 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 do
What's the
not.
hurry? Have you...
Thank you. We... Thank you. We...
I like you.
Well, we're not getting pure sharp stone. That's okay. Only there was power stance in this game. So it's 124 and 133. I see. And then the baby's nail upgrades with the colorless demon soul, but we can actually go get it. Why not? You know what? Why not? Why not? Why not? Yeah, I'm going for pure black. How many times do I need to die? Like 6? Great game mechanics, Miyazaki. This whole world, I feel like world tendency is a cool idea, but there needs to be better way. Like, if this game had bonfire aesthetics or something, then at least world tendency would kind of make more sense. Alright, we'll do one more. It's neat if you don't force it to trigger. Well, but the thing is, like, if you want something specifically, sometimes you have to do this. Oh my god, it can attack you?
I haven't seen you around these parts. What does it matter? You need a blacksmith? Show me some coin. If not, head straight for the door. I'm busy. I'm not here to chit-chat. Forging a weapon strengthens it. It alters its character. Those are transmogrified sprites. Their presence blesses the weapon.
Need to give you my flame lurker soul.
Demons are during the soul.
Or actually, wait, maybe I can just upgrade it already? No,
If it be a blacksmith,
let me give you my flame lurker soul.
That's the one. A red-hot demon soul. Now you can bless your weapon with another demon soul. Wise choice. You've done well to put your trust in the great blacksmith Ed. Bring me a demon soul, and I shall use it to bless your weapon.
Aha! Oh.
There.
I don't think this baby's nail is going to be worth upgrading, but I want to see what it's like. This is another thing, like if we did the remake, we probably would have just used the starting dagger the entire time. Oops. Or maybe the secret dagger, I guess.
Hello. You have a...
The Chris isn't a dagger.
Hello. Wait.
If it be a...
So the thing is, upgrading this doesn't increase it. I think it just, I think it just gives you better scaling or something. So what's the damage of this like? 133 plus 34. 55 plus 8? Bruh, what is the... Is there even a point in upgrading this? Wait, maybe it increased the toxic buildup? I think I gave 98 Flame Lurker souls to the blacksmith. Did I stash them? Could have sworn I took all of them out. I don't know. So unfortunately there is no meat skip, so we have to do this entire level in the OG though. That's the one thing, like the remake is honestly just faster even with the lack of duping. At least if you're doing like a challenge run. What's that red shit on my head? I think it's from the silver bracelets. I thought my game froze. Scared me. Can I one-hit plague them? Can these guys... I guess maybe you can't plague these enemies because they're like... born in the swamp. Hey Soul, Alex, thank you for the 12 months. Oh. Should've went on top of the elevator. Oops. Daggers were pretty good in Dark Souls 2, honestly. Gosh, it's so dark in this game, though. I feel like I should turn up the brightness. When do you think Demon Souls will be on Steam? Never. I think one of my favorite things about this game is that you can, like, I wish all of the games had this option. You can load your save file from in the game. It's so freaking nice, honestly. Yeah, I'll probably do more Hades too. At some point. I definitely want to play more. Do I have a Switch 2? No. Thing is, chat, save quitting is such like a staple part of the Souls games, except for Dark Souls 2, I guess, that being able to load the save file from in the game just saves you so much time. I mean, like, look at this. Like, I load the profile, and like a few seconds later, boom. It's that's like the same process as save quitting. It's just faster. Let me through! Hello, Zogchen. I think though, I mean, people are going to be talking about this until I stop playing this game, but the OG and the remake are they're both good. I don't think one is like, it's much better than the other. It's kind of just a preference sort of thing. They're both fine. Don't grab me. Oh, goodbye. I mean, the thing is, if you're gonna play Demon Souls OG on like original hardware, it's gonna run at 30 FPS, which does not feel great. At least on like I like it on emulator because at least it's 60. I wonder, is it possible for me to plague them? That does 8 damage. Are you kidding me? Come on, let me trim your nails. Back. That hit me. Now he, oh my god, I hate this enemy so much. Okay. Good dodge. Oh, there he goes again. Goodbye. The funny thing is, in the remake, this fight is just as shit. God, he's buffing. Cut his butt off. I wonder if you can, like, position yourself enough to the side where they miss with that attack. Jesus Christ. This fucking boss. Alright, you know, not my best fight. But we got him. God, this is gonna be such a freaking long Demon Souls run. What the heck? What is even happening? Well, I mean, we'll get through it. You can get through the bosses pretty quick. But we still have all of Valley of Defilement and Storm. We have Storm King. Yeah, we were trying to fix the audio for a while. True. No, I can't really use Dagger for Storm King. Well. I don't really want to. I want to use RTSR, but I don't want to freaking run up that shit again. Oh wait, maybe I can plague this guy. I think he's plagued, but what does that even do? Oh wait, it is doing damage. I mean, the plague was okay. It's extra damage. All right, what is the scaling of this dagger? Because I'm pretty sure on... I opened up the Fextra page just because it's the first thing that popped up. Oh wait, it's descaling... Wait. Never remember the icons. Okay, so it's D strength, C dex.
The soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Art thou done?
Fextra stopped streaming on Twitch because he couldn't view bot anymore. It's not shots fired, it's the truth. Wasn't a view bot. I mean, it was a legal view bot. I mean, it's the same. It's basically the same as viewbotting, chat. Like, you're getting an inflated viewer count of people that are not actually watching your stream. And on top of that, honestly, like, I'm just glad they got rid of the embedded viewer stuff. But like, I think the real cringe thing is that they're luring advertisers into paying for like a 20 or 30k viewer stream when realistically there's only like 1 or 2,000 people watching. So, you know, they're taking money out of like other creators' pockets basically. Oh, I should have used turpentine here. That doesn't really matter. Demon Souls bosses are so difficult. You don't get the hate? I mean, that's fine. I'm not here to like convince you that to not like Fextra Life or something. I'm just explaining why I wasn't a fan of that whole situation. Dude, I haven't talked about Fextra in a long time, actually. I mean, they don't stream anymore because the moment Twitch got rid of embedded views, they just stopped streaming completely. Wait, am I poisoned or plagued? Wait, what's going on? Oh, right, it's poison. I don't know, that just kind of like rubs me the wrong way in a sense because they just, I don't know, like I guess they were afraid to see their real viewer count, and then on top of that, but it's like they actually had viewers, like there were people who watched their stream, there were people who were subbed. I know everybody's like, oh, dead chat or whatever, but they still had people that wanted to watch them, and like, I don't know why, like clearly they didn't really care about their viewers if they're just gonna like instantly stop streaming. I don't know. Anyways, I'll stop talking about it. Oh, wait a sec. Shoot. Shoot, I forgot. Hold on. I want to buy some black turpentine.
What? Finish, I hope.
I don't hate the guy, okay? Just to clarify. I feel like some people just misconstrue what I'm saying. I just think it's just scummy, that's all. Just taking advantage of something. Yeah, I know you can hate people, but I don't hate some, like, I don't... I know I can hate people. Of course I can. It's not the point. I'm not saying that because I'm, like, afraid... God, I'm just gonna stop talking about this. You guys can be sick sometimes. Oh, that's actually not good. Let's just, please, let's just drop it, chat. I don't want to hear about being Vextra anymore. I regret even bringing it up.
Go forth, Galvinland. May you be unharmed. Leave us, Slayer of Demons. This is a sanctuary for the lost and wretched. There is nothing here for you to pillage or plunder. Please, leave quietly.
Ooh, that's good damage. What?
I have failed you.
We got him.
You killed him, didn't you? Very well. I can no longer resist you. Do as you like. Take your precious demon soul.
All right, let's do a little level up here. Let's pump that dex.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might...
About that myth.
What's the scaling of this thing now? Plus 52. Wow. I'm not even sure what the soft caps are in this game. I can't remember. All right, well, Shrine of Storms. Let's do it. Elden Ring happening today. Yep. Elden Ring is probably going to take the rest of the day, though, I reckon. Where are you guys going? I want to use the Cincadia. I want to try out that dagger. I mean, Reduvia is obviously like a classic that we should probably consider using. But I don't know. I wanted to do something other than Reduvia. Like, it's so, I don't know. Reduvia's a little overused. So I want to try Cinquadia. I think I'm going to get the Black Knife too. I don't know why I'm killing this. Give me 1 sec, one. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Boom, 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 boom. Kind of wish I could hear the soundtrack a little bit more, but we're too OP now. Am I doing the skip to Storm King? I don't know if it works on 60 FPS, but I can try. I can't remember if you could. I feel like you can't do it on 60, but I'll try it. Will I do region locked Elden Ring? Probably not. No. I mean, I could. I guess it still works. Nice. Although hopefully I don't mess this up. Elden Ring should be last on the list. I thought we would end with the classic Dark Souls 1 this time. All bosses, by the way. Well, we can still go do Storm. We can do the old hero after we kill the boss here. Yeah, we can. We cannot use a dagger here if that... We have to use the big dagger, chat. The storm dagger. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically you could maybe do it with throwing knives. They do like fucking 20 damage though. It'd take like an hour. I don't have enough anyways. Can you even two-hand your left hand in this game? Go back and dupe them. I just don't really want to fight this guy for like an hour straight. Yeah, I know. Running ballad, huh? I get enough? Dude, what is the range of this thing? Oh wait, he's coming. Well, I mean, honestly, it doesn't have that much health. You know what? Oh, hold on. I'm actually kind of curious. I mean, I'm just gonna kill him with the Storm Ruler either way, but I'm curious how much damage this does. It's a dagger from the boss's perspective. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, no thanks, chat. I don't want to play Demon Souls all day today. Rykard and Yorm are doable without the gimmick weapon. I mean, if you use a bow in this game, it's actually even better than the Storm Ruler. You can kill them insanely fast with the bow. Oh, I guess you actually can't go... Well, shoot, I guess the skip was kind of pointless. But hey, we showed off the skip. And now we know that it's doable on 60 FPS. I'll go back and kill Old Hero, though. Oh, wait. Wait. It gives us the Old Hero Archstone? Automatically? Oh, shit. Yo. Nice. Okay, I was pretty sure we could still do it. Perfect. Is this a glitchless run? No. Demon Souls over soon? Yeah, and probably like 10 minutes. Let's see if we can plague this guy. I don't know if we can plague this guy, chat. Through the ground. Well, you know what? It's fine, because we can just teleport back in your boss fight. Actually, maybe not now that the fight is activated. Does it deactivate it? I don't actually know. Oh, no, it still works. Do I have the stones? Yeah, easy RTSR setup. Let's pop these. Hey, get up.
That then I am. Thou seekest soul power, then touch the demon inside me. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the Lord, out that may.
Plus 50. Has D scaling.
That then. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Out may.
How much damage did that give us? 6 damage. Yo. Huge. Alright, it's time to go beat the game. Thought I would do the remastered version. I just felt like playing the OG this time around. It runs pretty well on emulator. Who's the best level up lady? I don't know. Bonfire in DS1. I'm not sure how I got through this without the dragon attacking at all. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, the design of the fat guys in the remake is kind of strange. They look like Left 4 Dead zombies. Yeah, they look like bloaters. Oh, this is not good. Ruh-roh. I gotta say, Baby's Nail seems kind of awful. Maybe it's good in like PvP if you get somebody plagued or something, but yeah, I don't know. It freaking does like 10 damage. It's so bad. Oh, I think I rolled too early. There's a bunch of full moon grass. Oh god. Oh god. Chill, gentlemen. Where is it actually? Oh, Jesus. We're on 4K resolution, so that's why the game looks a little bit better. I don't want to try to RTS arm, but I'm scared. Oh, wow. He gets fucking stunned like crazy. It's so silly that bosses get staggered by a dagger. The armor is just for show. We're using the secret dagger. Yeah, black turpentine is super good. It's like an amped up version of the resin. It doesn't last as long though. It's not good. Into the castle we go. Oh, I don't have any soul remains. Dang it. Some up. Oh well. If you have an alluring skull, you can just make him run off the ledge. It's kind of funny. For some reason, all the invaders in this game can be distracted with the alluring skulls. Yeah, they're called soul remains in this game. But just for the sake of people understanding what I'm talking about. No, I'm not using HD mods. We're just on 4K resolution. Also, doing this fight with the Thief's Ring on is terrible. Don't do it. If you have the Thief's Ring on, this boss bugs out like crazy, and he'll charge, like, his charge will become super glitched out. Bill Ben. Oh no. Fucking aura. He's aura farming. Nice. Good fight.
How did you defeat my precious demon? No
No human has an appetite for souls such as you. The rest is up to the Old One. If it is to be, then you shall be beckoned.
People think this boss was hard. I mean, it depends. Like, the thing is, if Demon Souls was your first Souls game, sure, people have just gotten so much better. Boss design has come such a long way.
Hark, I hear a voice of yore. The Old One is calling for thee. Let
Yeah, the zones in Demon Souls are the hard part of the game, in my opinion. Like, some of the... Dude, in New Game Plus, some of the zones are actually so fucking cancer. They're, like, so toxic. It's... The Plague Zone in New Game Plus, those, like, enemies with the spears, they have this attack where they can just run at you, and they hit you, like, 5 times in a row. And that shit will just one-shot you, no matter what. It's so messed up. And then on top of that, you have, like, Black Phantoms, I think, in New Game Plus. Or maybe that's just Black tendency. I actually don't. That might just be a tendency. I don't remember if there's actually Phantoms in New Game Plus or not.
I have brought thee what thou wishest, thy new demon. Come now, be good.
I wonder if we're ever gonna see FromSoft bring back tendency in some way. Probably not. Maybe like I mean, I think it would be cool if it was less restricted. If it was easier to understand and to, like, shift.
You have been chosen by the Old One. Shalt thou seek everlasting demon souls, or obey that naive monumental? Whatever your choice, you are our first visitor. May you be welcome here. Surely you have seen for yourself the suffering that fills this body, the faith poison with poison.
I don't think I can plague this guy.
No one will feed on your souls and existence.
Dude, the baby's nail is so bad. I think it's because of how defenses work in this game.
Don't you understand? No one wishes to go on.
Like, the thing is, Chad, see here, the baby's nail does 55 plus 15 physical attack, but I think enemies have, like, inherent defense in this game, and the damage you deal is you know, the amount of damage, like you have to get through the defense first, and then you start dealing damage. So that's why the baby's nail only hits for like 10 damage, because the enemy's flat defense is just absorbing almost everything.
Thine work is done. Slayer of demons, go back above. The Nexus shall imprison thee no longer.
I think the last time we did Demon Souls, we went the other way.
I shall lull the old one back to
We need a
slumber.
baby nail only run. Honestly, I find runs where you do super, super low damage to be kind of boring. Alright, let's give her the head bonk. Alright, GG.
The Old One sensed.
I'm gonna go get some water, chat. I'll be right back.
By its side, and before long, the world will be engulfed by the deep fog.
I'm almost certain that the last run we did not do this
Bring more
ending.
souls.
All right. Finally, best game ever. It is time for Elden Ring. We're gonna do main game and DLC. All right, goodbye, Demon Souls. We're going from the first game to the last game in the series. It's quite the shift in gameplay. We're gonna rush the Cinquadia. The Cinquadia. However you frickin' say the stupid thing. What are the stats for this? Easy mode dagger. Okay, yeah. No matter what dagger I use, you guys are gonna say some bullshit like this. I also want to get the scorpion stinger so I can apply rot. And I want to get the black knife for holy damage. And then does the bandit start with... Oh yeah, the bandit starts with the great knife, so we'll do that. Perfect. Hey, Practical W, thank you for the 5 months. Oh yeah, let me change... Hold on. I needed to change my category on Twitch and my thumbnail on YouTube. Is it possible to get the Scorpion Stinger Dagger early? You could get it kind of early. You'd have to kill Loretta. There's a skip you can do to go to Lake of Rot early, but the skip is kind of awful, to be honest. At least I don't really know how to do it consistently. All right. Okay, obligatory sellout chat for first person in the chat to sub, prime sub or whatever gets the character named after them. I need your $3.50 chat. Sub baiting. I know that there's somebody in the chat with the prime sub available. I know it. Oh my god, we got one! Optimus, thanks for the sub. Hunter, thank you for the sub as well. Nicholas, thank you for the sub. Yo, what's up, Spicy? Yeah, I'm a sellout. 2 at one time. I'm just going based on the order that appeared on my screen, alright? Or rather in my chat. I don't know which one appeared first on the stream though. Name it after Paul. After getting 3K and 200 subs yesterday. Okay, dude. It's just a prime sub, man. I'm not forcing anybody to sub, alright? Yo, F-Thread, thank you for the 200 bits, man. Alright. I think good to go. Although I'm gonna let the intro play and stretch real quick. I'll be right back.
The fallen leaves tell a story. across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first.
1 hour of picking up golden seeds incoming. No. Well, yes, but well, it'll be spread out. I'll try to spread it out.
Demigods all claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, if I want to use a bunch of different daggers, I'm gonna have to.
Call of long lost grace speaks to us.
I'm gonna have to get a lot of upgrade materials.
Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Othmere, the all-knowing.
Hey, Septiamps, thank you for the 26 months. Am I using dagger summons? No.
And one other.
What's up, Kyle?
Grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand.
I like the Elden Ring intro. I do kind of wish that it was, you know, animated
And become
like the other games, but
Elden Lord.
you hate it. Wow. Alright, I'll try to fight this guy, but I'm just gonna die in like 2 seconds, because I never really learned how to fight this guy. Like, I have, but not well enough. I know, like, one parry you could do on this guy. Oh, great. Good fight. Good fight. Good fight. Alright, I'm not watching this intro, though. This shit is too long. Almost. Wukong is getting a huge patch. Oh, that's cool. I actually don't know if I want to use Reduvia. Reduvia is just, I don't know, it's kind of, that's just like, everybody uses Reduvia. It's boring. Oh, also we have a bow for bow cancels, so that's nice. The collectathon begins. I need to get Torrent first.
Have they, sir? But you, I can play turning root to aid you. You need own to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath.
We're doing all remembrances.
Treat him with.
I think we should probably just get the Dectus medallions. I think we'll just do the normal start and we'll go get the Physic Flask and then we'll kill Godric after that. And Margit. That's my plan. Blue Dancer is good, but daggers. Yeah, maybe blue. We should consider getting Blue Dancer. Might not be a bad idea, honestly. Yeah, sorry, I can move the progressive banner. It's each game is like has different freaking locations for everything. I think we want that one and this one. Is it this one? I don't know. It's mainly just the Golden Rune 5 that we want. Alright. I don't know if I should have even gone over there. Hold on, let me move. I even kill this guy easily. Good enough. No armor drop though. Sadly. Broken weapon. That guy is not hard to kill, chat. I don't Are we gonna be using Ash of Wars?
Can you hear me? Oh,
I'm just gonna kill him, dude.
I just give me and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all. Come on, I'll pop clean. Ouch!
Can I even knock him out with this thing?
Oh, that. Well,
Thank you.
I see it now. Humans all lose their
Maybe killing this guy with the daggers.
nothing left to say except I am Iron Fist Alexander, the great warrior.
Alex. We don't have to fight this guy to... Holy shit, dude. It had to be done, chat.
Oh, am I? Are you here as a customer?
It would be fine if you cheated in his shard. No, you wouldn't, okay? I hate looting these fucking things, dude. Okay, it's just a one. I think we just want the 2 4s. It's the 6 and the 2. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna die. Jesus. Okay, we're just gonna grab... Okay, we are gonna get the Dectus medallion. A lot of the time I kill the magma worm and go that way, but honestly, it's just not. The Dectus medallion is just... It's just faster. The magma worm is fun, but I want to try to go a bit faster on this run, if I can. Magmorm is fun. Well, I like going that route. It's like the scenic route, you know? But it's fucking slow. Honestly, do we even need charge attacks? Probably not. I don't think charge... I wonder what guard counters on the daggers are like. Probably horrible. The guard boost is so low. Where the heck's the bear going? The aired steel dagger. I'm not sure where you even get that one. Or is it an RNG drop? I'm gonna grab this. Oh, you have to do Kenneth's quest. Like, I've never even done Kenneth's quest. Oh. I just have to kill the bloody slash guy up here. Yeah, normally I kill Kenneth. I didn't kill him this time, though. Not the other way around. Should be close to a bleed proc. Wait, so that's all I have to do? I just kill that guy and then go talk to Kenneth? How was Demon Souls? It was alright. I played OG, so I did the dupe glitch. I tried out the baby's nail and it's horrible. Even fully upgraded. Yeah. I was able to use it on Old Monk at least. Is Aired Steel Dagger also Smithing Stone? Okay. Well, killing the frickin' Crystallian for the first bell is gonna be kind of awful.
Interested in rescuing the great... Ah, you've come to lend me your aid. Well, that's very kind, but, no. No, the help is very much appreciated. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order.
Is the game sound okay? I feel like maybe it's a little quiet.
Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took... What's this, fair lady? Remarkable. The knight commander dead. Already?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Fine work. I doubt that it was your intention, but the deed is done, and I commend you. Now, this is your reward. Go on. It's yours for the keeping.
Thank you.
Goodness gracious. Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, what's that look? Well, and even the vow, which is why... Just
Stop talking, Kenneth. I need to kill you.
I am Kenneth Height, and I have seen quite enough.
I am Kenneth Height. Alright, hold on. I need to grab... I forgot to grab the frickin'... I didn't know that... I've never tried this Air Steel Dagger. Apparently the charge R2s on it are good, so I'm gonna grab the charge attack boost physic. I forgot to grab it. you need 12 faith? I get a little bit of HP. Oh, it's 14 faith. Oh. Well, honestly, right now, I think the Great Knife is going to be better anyways. I'm gonna just go fight Margit and Godric, I think, because I don't want to spend an hour picking shit up. I want to fight stuff. Although, oh yeah, we can just use this. It's probably fine. Kinda wish I had Golden Bow.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring.
+0 is pretty bad. Yeah, this is
Emboldened
might be
by the
awful actually.
flame of ambition.
I feel like the bleed proc should carry though, and I can parry him with the shield.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
The riposte should do good damage.
Let it be Margit the Fell.
You're fine. Yeah. That was too early. Could have parried that, but I was in my attack. Shield is a dagger. That's just... I mean, yeah, you're right. But...
What of passing skill? Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Can't we get the parry dagger from the guy after this, anyways? Or wait, is that the buckler? Am I confused? Wait, where do you get the parrying dagger? Oh, patches. I mean, pairing with the dagger is cooler, and we can do it, so...
Tarnished, smoldering with thy eager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter. It's tight. God, you'll breach. Well, but of course.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to use Reduvia just because it's so, like... I mean, I don't know.
To see
It's just...
it seems torrent.
It's like the go-to dagger.
Take gathering plate. Very let my hand.
I mean, we're gonna get it either way. If we're gonna go to patches. Hey, Joe, thank you for the 16 months. Yeah, I'm... Wait, is the Cinquadia good for parrying, actually? Is it even... like that?
No matter loud, you're...
I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, Sinquidia's strength. What am I doing? I'm gonna go pick up the Sinquidia. Nice, cool. Thank you for the 6 months. I really don't want to. I don't want to grab this Grace, but I also feel like I might die going down here. This thing down to this dagger is kind of a pain, actually. Grab this golden seed as well. Is it ass? Really? I thought it was decent, but maybe I'm not remembering right. And the talisman is over here? I can actually teleport. Alright, nice. And I hate that Godric's Grey Rune is just... I feel like you're just shooting yourself in the foot if you don't grab it. It's just so, it's so good, like... It's just like required. Hey, want to trade? Thank you for the 22 months. Yeah, we should probably get Misericord. Just, we're gonna have to upgrade, like, so many weapons. I mean, it's doable. Misericord is... Is it to the right here, or is it through the building? To the right is the Godskin stuff, I think. Sometimes I get this mixed up. See, it's situations like this that just piss me off because I don't want to quit out. I don't want to quit out. And there's no homeward bone. So my only option is to get rid of all of my runes or quit out. Or run back. Just, I don't know, it fucking annoys me, man. I don't understand why there's no homeward bone in this game. It's so stupid. Like, it actually pisses me off. Now here comes everybody being like, well, actually, there is a homeward bone. You can use Moog's metal. Like, okay, dude. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. It does happen a lot. Oh. Let's see what the Aired Steel Dagger charge R2s are like. I mean, we don't have much stats. I feel like the bleed is probably still better on this guy. Or at least, maybe we use both. Maybe we go for like 2 bleed procs and then we switch.
Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Command thee, kneel! I am the Lord of all that is golden.
I mean, we have 30% charge attack right now, so maybe it'll be decent. Might have been a bad idea, chat. Bleed is gonna carry us.
truest of dragons.
I mean, once we actually get stats and upgrades, we're gonna do a lot of damage. Dagger. I'm surprised he missed me with that. Oh, this is a long fight. On the one-shot aim. God, that took a while.
And one day we'll return together to
That's
our
okay.
home, bathed in rays.
Not even one BS fire attack. I was actually afraid he was gonna do it at the end and kill me. You recommended it as payback for the Guardian situation. I was enjoying that stream last night, Yui. Your pain was like fueling me. No, I just mean like, you know, it's just, it was so relatable. Like, playing Guardian is just like suffering sometimes. I was just glad to see I'm not alone. I'm not sure what I should go for right now.
Be surprised no matter why, Dagger. Oh, but don't. Oh.
Big golden scarab. I don't know if I want to fight those guys right now. I hate grabbing that map. Get the recipe for the frost grease. I think that's the frost grease one. We should probably, yeah, Blood Flame could be good. I suppose I don't really know how to build the daggers, to tell you the truth, chat. I don't really know what I'm doing. I haven't really used daggers in this game that much, apart from just like Reduvia. I mean, I could have ran around and got way more OP before I fought Margit and Godric. I kind of I like fighting them earlier. Oh my goodness. I imagine the Arid Steel daggers do get good. I mean, they have scaling on 3 stats, and apparently the faith scaling gives you physical damage, so I could see why they would be very good. Yeah, I don't want to just spam Reduvia though. I feel like that's like the easy solution. All right. Early DLC. If we could guard counter with daggers, I would potentially do early DLC, but I really don't think. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe you can. The Bloodblade Ash on the Grey Knife. The better Reduvia. Oh yeah? Well, the only thing is though, you know, it's Smithing Stone, which Somber Stone is just so nice for upgrading shit. Alright, let's go get Godric's Great Rune. Also, like, what? I really wish you could use Torrent here. I think I say that every time I run to this tower. It's funny though how in Lane Dell as well, when you're running on the the tower bridge, you have the enemies that are riding horses. But they have a horse permit, which we do not, apparently. So I assume for the Aired Steel Dagger, I just want to go like quality plus faith. Like I just want strength, dex, and faith, I guess. Or maybe I just go all faith, I don't know. Flame Martyr Sacred. Okay. What, where do you get the dagger for that? Or for that? Or I guess I can just find the Ash of Wars, but I'm not sure. Sacred Blade. Flaming Strike. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Where? Sacred Blade is like right outside the church in Limgrave, right? Well, alright, it's time to go collect our fucking... Time to go on our collectathon for a little bit. I mean, maybe we don't need to, but I feel like I should go get the plus 10 Faith Physic. I do want to try the Cinquadia though, too. Do I have the stats for it? But I'm gonna be kind of spreading myself thin, I suppose. I can't remember if I need to go up this hill or down to go to the jump across. I think this is fine. What's the best dagger in Elden Ring? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. From what people are saying, the aired true dagger is good, or the aired steel dagger, I mean. Flintstone Chris. Oh, is that actually the best one? Hmm. Doing Sellen's questline would be kind of annoying, though. The ones where you don't actually use the dagger. Yeah. Accurate. I want to get the black knife. I don't know. I mean, I should probably just use like one weapon. That's not as fun. Yeah. I'll put the gray rune on. I already got the dagger behind Grunk. I have the Cinquedia. I'm not going to do the speed strat here. Well, I want to try to get this guy to jump off the cliff, but... Oh, God. Where the heck even is the spot here? Oh my God, I'm so washed up, I don't remember. I did this so many times, too. Wait, do I have launch online? This might be a bad idea, guys. No, they didn't patch it. Isn't it like right here? I love this trap. There's a bunch of different ways you can do this. Unfortunately, it's just RNG, though. Jesus, get up there. We need to instantly quit out if he does the shitty attack. Honestly, this is not... I don't feel like this is worth the time, but we're committed now. Get some HP. I mean, that's the like, the thing is, I don't really know. I don't even know what to level, honestly. Vigor, yeah, I know. I'm a noob. We're gonna get the Dectus medallion, and then, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I should go do Rolana yet. I mean, I could fight her. I could also wait. It might take a lot longer if we do it right now. $200 is a good level to fight Rolana. Yeah. Turn on my hand lantern. You know, that's fine. I was gonna lose them all anyways. I don't even care. Alright. Why don't I add Night Rain? Because I don't want to spend 4 hours fighting 8 bosses.
Now those are the challenge find them well.
I don't have the standard frickin' wet blade. I need to pick that up. So much stuff to pick up in this game, dude. I feel like I should have just went for the Cinquadia and just pumped strength. At least to start out. I don't know. But then again, bleed is good. I don't doubt that this dagger is good, but I don't think it's good starting out. I mean, we're not doing this marathon to like bust our balls or anything. It's just for fun. Never remember the spot here. I think it's further back. Yeah, you do get damage, like fizz damage when you pump the Faith, which is interesting. Oh wow, yeah, the normal R2 is still a double hit. Interesting. I'm going to patches so I can get a parrying dagger, chat.
To a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief! The gods demand repentance! Pop up your coin! All of it! Wait, please!
Oh Jesus.
I surrender!
Sorry, I almost killed you. Well, actually, we can just kill him. It's easier this way. Yeah, let's get some fan daggers, baby. All right. We need to go. I need to get the frickin' smithing stone bell bearing. It's kind of annoying because I'm gonna have to kill the frickin' Crystallian, but it's fine. Gonna need to spam charge R2 or jump attack until it breaks. Does Flaming Strike work? I believe so. Alright. I think we're gonna go up with the we're gonna go the Dectus Medallion route. Hello, Alex. Yeah, I got both the medallions. The Ruin Arc here. Is there a flame art that I can get on the dagger in the DLC? Because you can't use, like, flame spear, right? On a dagger, surely. You can? Really? That's surprising. Should probably get Ritual Sword Talisman. Yeah, there is a DLC dagger, like the Flame Knight's dagger or something, I think, right? But is it RNG drop? Pretty much like never posture break with the dagger though. Yeah, I just getting the multi-hit talismans is so annoying. Having like you get it so fucking late. I mean, I could go get the winged sword at least in Liurnia. Hello, Dessing. Prosthesis isn't bad. You can kill her at the Windmill Village. Yeah. But I still have to get the needle, right? This is what makes Elden Ring runs take so long, is like if I want to try out a bunch of different things. Just cheat everything. Well, that's no fun. Yeah, that is one of the benefits of Reduvia, though, is that it's somber and you can just get Jar Shard and boost its damage, like, right off the rip. I wish smithing stones were easier to get in this game. I really do. You just cheat engine stones. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But then it's like... I mean, you don't just, like, max out the weapon instantly, do you? It's like, the thing is, the bell, I don't think the bells are so bad to get that it doesn't bother me that much. It's like not bad enough where I feel like I need to cheat, but it is tempting. Especially after doing it so many times.
I see thee, little tarnished, smoldering with that wretched flame of ambition.
It's fine, I'll get my bell bearings. Cost so much money to buy them. Yeah, I mean, the game gives you a lot of runes, though. At least it's not the Wait, did I miss it? At least it's not the Elden Ring Reforged mod. My goodness, that mod. I mean, they changed it, thankfully. In the Reforged mod, the first time I played it, it cost hundreds of thousands to upgrade a weapon. Like, I think upgrading a weapon to max might have been like 1,000,000 runes. It's kind of ridiculous. The Nightmare Rando Seed. Yeah, I've seen Yui doing that. It looks awful. Alright, you know what? I was thinking about trying the skip here. Well, actually, wait, no, we can just do the parry skip. I was gonna do the other skip, but I forgot about, I can just parry these guys. Alright, come here, bozo. I'm really good at parrying, chat, so. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, parry skips in this game are a lot of fun. Shame there's not really too many useful ones. There's a few though. Are we going for full faith aired steel dagger build? Yes. I think so. But I am gonna try other daggers too. Let's not die to the stallion. I mean, I see the potential of the weapon. That double hit is kind of crazy on the R2. Don't forget to restage. Alright, we're gonna go, we're gonna upgrade to plus 12, and we're gonna get the Winged Sword Talisman. And then I think we'll go kill Renala. We should be able to kill Renala pretty easily with plus 12. Do I have runes? It's so expensive. Give Flaming Strike? Yeah. Where do you give Flaming Strike? I actually don't remember.
No matter to lay out your own.
That Radahn's castle. I see. We probably should have just started the run with Reduvia and then switched to this later. Though I guess we... it doesn't really matter. It's we don't really have much of a build right now. We just have like 30 faith and the aired steel dagger. The sacred blade. Fire would have been good for this guy, but it should be fine. Can you backstab this guy? Yeah, you can. Alright, we need to kill Renala. So we can get a third talisman pouch. Hello, Higgy. Oh. Classic wall. I'm not bringing up the wall. Did I get the elemental tears? No, not yet. Wait, the what talisman? Sacred talisman? Oh, the sacred scorpion charm. Yeah, no, I didn't get that yet. Alright, well, we've got 10 flasks. That's pretty good. 10 flasks plus 5. I mean, not that we need this for... Like, the thing is, if it wasn't for the DLC, I wouldn't even really worry about picking up that many heals, but... DLC is still pretty tough, and I'm pretty rusty. I am playing super well. Speed. No Reduvia? No. Wow. Tank everything. Yes, great strat. Dude, what the... Base tanking was not the best strat there. I was trying to jump his like initial sword hit, but I was unsuccessful. Hold on, I'm gonna upgrade my weapon. Plus 12. Dagger running no Reduvia is insane. Listen, I'm just a hipster, alright? I don't want to use the Reduvia. Honestly, the damage of this, the damage of this thing is probably obscene when you get it fully upgraded with all the boosts. I'm actually like kind of scared how strong this thing is going to be. Did I go to the DLC? Did I go to the DLC early? I don't know if I should do the quest. I guess I could. The quest is kind of annoying, though. Yeah, we're gonna finish the run today. It's probably gonna take forever. Wait, did we not... Why the fuck is Vare not here? Huh. Well, no, I've never went to the... I can never remember if which one is classroom and which one is freaking debate parlor. Okay, I got it right. Okay, well, my bad. Let's just go kill Renala first, then. We have to kill Radon anyways, if we want to, go to the DLC, right? Oh. We also have to do that. I'm not gonna take that teleport. Let's just do Renala. I was thinking I could go get the Holy Physic right now, but if we're gonna do Vare's quest, then there's no point. Get out of here. Hey, Sokol, thank you for the gifted sub. Alright, I'm just gonna skip this cutscene. This shit takes way too long. I don't want this run to take like 8 hours, so... I mean, I'll watch the cutscenes that I want to watch. Man, the damages thing is gonna get absurd once we get buffs. I could definitely see how this is the best dagger. Well, I guess people were saying Glintstone Chris is the best, but this one seems really good too.
My beloved.
Sorry, Vanilla. Oh. I framed it. Chill out, dragon.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? The mountains from whence he
All right.
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as much.
More faith. Maybe a little bit of health. We should go get Flaming Strike, though, so we can use Flame as well. I guess, maybe. Or we could just do the... We could also just go fight... I don't know what I want to do. Oh, we need to get the Holy Scorpion Charm, so this is fine, actually. Flaming Strike is fire, but if you have Flaming Strike, doesn't that just give you the affinity by default? No? Oops. Well, yeah. Well, I know it's not flame. I know it's not flame art, but it's... Doesn't fire still scale with faith? Or is fire something else? Oh, it's strength. Well, shit. I guess we should just go kill Radon then. So we can go to the DLC and get flame art, right? I think that's the play. But isn't flame art... Wait, does Radon's castle have... I'm confused. Well, Flame Spear is really good anyways, though, but... I don't... I mean, I'm thinking we just go to the early DLC and we can get Flame Spear. But I guess Flame... The thing is, Flame... in Radon's castle. Yeah, but I was gonna do the skip to Radon. I guess we could take the teleporter instead. Ouch. The teleporter should be up since we started the festival. Is the flame wet blade like behind the building? Inside the castle? Okay. It's been a long time since I picked this up. I need to end the festival to get in. Oh, what? So I need to kill Radahn? Okay, well that's fine. I guess we can do the festival cutscene at least. I haven't seen this in a while.
Welcome! The stars have aligned! The festival! Are you good in the festival?
Alright. I'll be back in a sec.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture. General Radahn is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog. Howling at the sky.
But now, we must make merry. Oh, gathering of champions! The revels begin! The celebration of war! The Radahn Festival!
Alright. Sorry, I went to go get a drink. I don't have my flask. That kind of sucks. Oh, this is bad. What? Damage is not... Bruh. Can't see? Put the damage in. Die! That was not great. But we got him. We got him. Dude, imagine if we had these bosses in Night Rain. Be so sick. What's up, Zeke? All right, let's go get the flame art blade. There's a second aired steel dagger in the game, right? You guys said in Landell or something? Wait, do I have to talk to Jaren to end the festival? Or is it over now? Wait, is the fog gate here? Damn it.
Brave Cheselub Fester.
The Reduvia is just the dagger everyone thinks of when they think of daggers, so that is the reason why I'm not using it. Want to try something different. Apparently this dagger is really good. I've never used it before, but it has really, really good scaling, so it's gonna like absolutely shred late game. Is the flame art in here? We could get the Blade of Calling as well. We could try to get the Glintblade Chris just to see what it's like. It's gonna take a while to get it though. I want to see what the damage of this is like on this tree. The thing is, we still need a fire. I guess we can. I guess that works since it's neutral. But we don't have a fire buff on the weapon. Yeah, I forgot to get Flaming Strike. That's behind... That's behind the castle, isn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna go grab that. I honestly, I probably shouldn't have taken the teleporter here. I don't even know how to get back out. I think up here, maybe. This is uncharted territory, chat. I don't even normally go here. Die there. Oh shit. Oh, there's a teleporter here? Honestly, I think it's gonna be better for me to just go back outside and go around. This is my first playthrough. Yeah. I thought I was being smart by taking the teleporter. This is already worse. I don't know where I'm fucking going in that fort. Like genuinely, I don't know this area really well at all. I know how to get to the boss. I haven't picked up that flame wet blade in probably since my first playthrough. Alright, let's see what this damage is like. I'm curious. Have fun on your first playthrough. Thank you. Oh, thanks. We also could be using Flame Granny Strength right now. And do you get a Sacred Seal?
I'm known as heed those who live in all.
I don't want to talk to you, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna get the Golden Bow spell as well. I'm just gonna kill this tree first. Might as well get all the damage buffs. Here we go. Time for damage, chap. Dagger only and OP magic. Okay, well, there's a thing called utility spells in this game, alright? I'm gonna go get Golden Scarab so I can be as OP as possible. And then we'll go get Golden Bow. I'm already buckling up for a long run, so... I mean, honestly, we're gonna kill bosses really, really fast, though, with this build. I mean, our weapon's fucking plus 12. This thing's actually... This weapon is pretty crazy. I had no idea. Honestly, if Yui didn't tell me, I probably would be using the Cinquadia right now. time to kill this guy in like one hit. Okay. I mean, do we even need to go to early DLC anymore? If we have flame art? Probably not. I mean, we could.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out.
Alright, whatever. We'll do it. I want to go to mountaintops first, though, before we do DLC, but we could at least do the quest and get the medallion. But I didn't grab... actually, it's fine.
You claim what? Aha. You're in my doubt. The words are truly, I believe, even worse. That's the... Oh. And give it a try. And if it drive high, there's no tonic.
Alright, I gotta go kill that invader now, right? Go online and do invasions. Yeah, no thanks. I will take a pass on that. We can go over here and get Golden Vow as well, I guess. It's easier for me to just kill this invader right now, chat. Will I do Sellen's quest? I was thinking about it, but Sellen's Dagger is basically just spamming, like, sorceries, so I feel like that's not as interesting. Hey Jimmy, thank you for the 40 months. Guy's actually kind of scary. Oh my god. I wonder if you can circle strafe that. All hit run. Hey, we got him. This invader is an absolute fucking nightmare. I'm also not that good at PvP, but yeah, that guy is... He kills many speedruns. It's gonna take a while. Yep, we're gonna be here a while. This weapon is really good, though. We are gonna do a lot of damage. At least. We should probably give Fire Scorpion Charm, too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get the Scorpion Stinger just for rot application. Not to use as like a main weapon, but I think it's worth at least getting to apply rot. No, the Scorpion Stinger's a dagger. You're thinking of the Antspur Rapier, I guess. R2 goes so hard. Yeah, you're probably right, Yui. Does it not have that much rot buildup on it? I thought it was still, like, decent. Yeah, you're probably right. This thing is going to do so much damage that it's... the rot is probably going to be irrelevant. I mean, this thing's only plus 12, and our stats are still not even that high. Yeah, we're going to do DTS, but I'm going to frickin' knock his ass off the cliff with my dagger. No! Come on. I don't know the timing on this. Oh, there we go. No, I didn't hit him in the butt enough. Come on. I wasn't close enough. I'm so bad, dude! Domo, thank you for the raid. Thank you, dude. You'd be dead if you did them normally. I don't care. I'm committed now. I'm knocking them off. Knocking them off. Dude! What is your issue, man? Thank you. No problem. Yo, train hard. Thank you for the 63 months, dude. What were you up to today, Mr. Domo? Did the bingo league start? Nice. Oh, it's been good. This dagger is kind of insane. The aired steel dagger. I've never actually used it before, but it's kind of OP. Elden Ring takes so long though. All right. You know what? I'm not gonna do... I'm just gonna jump down the building. I don't want to quit out if I mess this up. I know there's the... Get out of my fucking way, man! There's another way that you can go, like I think it's what they do in like bingo. That's a bit safer. All right. Where am I going? What am I doing? Let's just kill this guy. Did I do Rikard? No, not yet. What's the logic behind the order of the games? It's just whatever, really. Oops. I thought I was gonna get a buffered roll and die there. That scared me. How were the bingo matches today? Oh yeah, I need to equip Golden Bow. Oh, where is the other... Where's the other aired steel dagger? Because there's two, right? Right here. I assume somebody mentioned it, so I assumed it was close. Oh. Become too OP early and everything is easy. I mean, it doesn't... Like, you could... I don't want this marathon to take like 40 hours because every boss fight is 10 minutes long.
For bringing me here, and thus I shall depart. Farewell. I shall leave. I wish you luck. You have I have no...
Let me put on Golden Bow. You don't have to do it in one sitting. I don't do it in one sitting. And the thing is, like, if I make an edited YouTube video out of this run and every boss fight is 10 minutes long, then the boss fights get cut down anyways. So it's like, yeah. Yo, what's up, Blanks? Every comment will be, why no Reduvia? Yeah. Pretty accurate. I'm honestly curious to see how much damage this thing is going to deal once it gets fully upgraded. I'm strafing his left side. The triple stack of fives. Beautiful. I guess we'll just go do Morgott. Why not? I'm not sure. I do want to try power stance daggers. There's a lot of things I want to try. I'm probably just gonna end up freaking using this thing. It's just so... It really is so good. It's just the fact that you get physical damage and the faith scaling on this weapon is just so much extra, so much damage. I could still go get the black knife. Honestly though, this dagger with spectral blade is probably just better than the black knife. I mean, I guess the black knife is still good to open with, the HP reduction. You could get it just for that, I suppose. Hey, Losercast, thank you for the 22 months.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn, Praetor Rykard, Luna Princess Rani.
This fight is gonna be over faster than the cutscene. Probably.
Willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Could use black knife spam for Rykard. Yeah.
Have it writ upon thy meager grave.
I assume just getting like frost and
Thy king Morgott.
Frost and bleed
Last of all
would be like the
kings.
best for Rykard, but I'm not sure. Another one there. It's so fast, this thing. Well, that was awful. The speed of the R2 is just obscene. Thought I'd be able to dodge. Oh my gosh, I almost just died. Oh, my rolls are so bad. Oh god. Oh! Alright, that was not that fast, guys. I take it back. That was pretty bad. All hit run. Let's go. Success. Oh, man. Hey, you know what? He's dead and I'm not, so that's a win. Honestly, it's hard to know, like,
The thorns.
using different weapon classes and trying to go for efficient punishes is really difficult when you haven't actually practiced the boss with that weapon type. Like, with a dagger, it's so fast that you want to go for more hits, but, like, it's not really safe in some cases. Like, you end up, with the faster weapons, you end up wanting to go for that extra hit. And a lot of the time, you just get caught because of it. That's the thing about slow weapons is, like, it makes it simpler a lot of the time because all you have to do is you just do like 1R1 and that's all you can fit in. Or like a charge R2. Oops. Guess we're going down. Need to go down anyways. Also, posture breaks are so fucking good in Elden Ring, especially after they did like a general buff to like all riposte damage in this game. I don't know if it was before the DLC came out. I think it was before DLC came out. And they just upped the riposte damage of like everything. Which made strength weapons like even stronger. Because you don't get posture breaks with this weapon. Not that it's bad, it's just posture breaks. I don't know, posture breaks are just crazy. What happened to the early DLC idea? I wanted to get plus 18 before I go. Well, I mean, I could easily fight Moog right now. I think with Blood Flame Blade, it would probably be fine. Charge R2s are always the most efficient for posture break, though, like, regardless. I don't know what you're disagreeing with. All I'm saying is that daggers don't get posture breaks. Oh, after you break the posture? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have buffed riposte damage necessarily. I mean, riposte can still do a lot of damage, though, if you're using, like, a Misericord. Like a high crit weapon. Why didn't I go for the Dagger and Ash of War spam? Because it's... I don't know, just spamming Ash of War is kind of boring, I feel like. I mean, it's all subjective, like... It's my opinion. What button do you main? R1 or R2 or L2? Yeah, I mean, it's like... I just don't want to spam Ash of War the whole run, that's all. I don't know. It's all just preference. fight it. I really don't want to fight this guy with the dagger. Okay, what's the damage like? Come on, man. Let me golden bow. Oh, I almost just died. That is not great. I'm gonna go, man. You don't respect bosses. It's because I'm impatient, man. I would just rather, like, but the funny thing is, you know, sometimes being impatient just ends up taking longer in some cases. I don't want to run away from him to buff. Yeah, we need strike against the gargoyles or magic or both. I could have sworn you could go in this. It's not. You know, let's upgrade the other dagger as well. That way we can have both elements.
Oh, don't pay me. Just lay out.
All right. Nice. I don't really think we need to dupe. Okay, now that we have plus 18, we can go... We could go do Moog, I guess. Did I switch DS1 and DS3? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do DS1 last. Saving the most horrible experience for last. It's not, it'll be fine. Surely. Saving the best for last, yeah. Daggers are so booty cheeks in that game. Yeah.
Now, for your normally the but sin.
Banded knife is good. It's good against bosses that can bleed, but the DLC bosses I can't bleed, I don't think. And then one of the daggers is a 1% drop chance from a fucking enemy that's like... impossible to farm. Or it's like awful to farm. No Vike. Nope. Sorry to disappoint. I thought I could kill him before he got a hit off. It was close. Is it hard to go back to Elden Ring after Night Rain? No, not really. I mean, I've played enough Elden Ring where it's... Oh, we got the fucking piss fog, dude. I can't see shit. What's up, CB? Thank you for the 114 months.
You've completed, and with this, a night now. This. Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something. Never forget, for it is what you have. Oh. A medal with the power.
You're going to Japan? Oh, nice. Have fun, man. I guess we'll just use... I actually don't know. What should I just use Bloodflame Blade for Moog? Fire is bad against him. I don't know. I don't have any arcane though. I could try Sacred. I guess we have 2 anyways. Open with Blackblade? I still don't have Blackblade. We could go grab it though. No Assassin's Gambit. No, I'm not doing a no-hit run. I'm just gonna quit out. I'm gonna get stuck in aggro for ages. Am I gonna play Little Nightmares 3? I already did. Already did. It's okay. Not great. It's okay. I mean, Little Nightmares 1 and 2 are still worth playing. Imagine you could jump over the wall and could choose this boss. You used to be able to.
Nicola.
You must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Can you still do the infinite fall that kills mode? I think so. Yeah, this damage is not great. Oops. What am I doing?
Is mine.
What am I doing? Idiot. Stop putting your fire all over the fucking ground, man. We definitely lost our posture break. fire all over the place. These daggers. Okay. Oh, that was not good, guys. Can't say that was my favorite way to fight mode. I mean, it wasn't bad. Honestly, there might have been the potential for a one cycle. If you get the stagger at the right moment and you get headshots. I'm gonna get the Thorny tier. But I could at least run into the DLC, I guess, and just say hi.
Were you guided here by kindly Mikula? I am Leda. And like you, I was guided by faith along his honorable path. Touch the withered arm, and you too will be transported to the... My compatriots are there already. Like us, if you...
Hello, DLC. I kind of want to try the guard counter physic on the daggers, but I think I'm going to be disappointed. Not many dex weapons are good for guard counters. Yeah. You know, oh my god. One weapon, Yui, that actually was really good for guard counters that surprised me was the Serpent's Flail. Now, granted, I'm not sure if that's a dex weapon. Maybe it's strength. It might be strength based, but that thing was actually kind of insane for guard counters. Weirdly enough. Yeah, playing the DLC for the first time was so... It was so good. every other time after that. I mean, the fights are fun. Running through everything is a little bit of a slog, but I mean, that's just Elden Ring. Yeah, picking up Scadu fragments sucks. Flails and hammers are one of the only types that have good guard counters. I see. Hold on, I gotta go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back.
My legs!
You stay with Egon, okay?
Ruin. The pain. The exquisite pain. The pain. My arms, my legs, each lies a bloody ruin. The pain. The exquisite pain. Bale! Vile Bale! Oh, terror incarnate! There is life in me yet! I will soon feast upon your heart! Mark my words! You too shall know fear!
Alright. I gotta go, Egon. I thought for a second I was gonna die there. Dang it! Glad they added these steps you could climb down. Yeah. True. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. I forgot to buy frickin' the medallion from Patches. Forgot to buy Margit's. Yeah, the shackle, I mean. Sorry. I don't know why I came up here. I think I can just drop here. Oh man, I love playing Elden Ring though. The torrenting gets a little tiring, but the boss fights in this game, just like the build variety is so good. I'm gonna use backhand blade. That's not a dagger. Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Okay. That's an optional boss, alright, man. That kukri distracted the enemy that normally destroys you here, by the way. Where is the spot here? God damn it, dude. I don't remember where it is. Okay. Honestly, why am I even doing that skip? I should just go the normal way, dude. No, it's fine though. I checked. I couldn't remember the lineup for this, but I remember it now. I found the skip on a VOD somewhere that fast. I checked Spicy's... I checked Spicy's run from my competition. Yeah, there's multiple different versions of the skip. Not getting the gesture. Well, not anymore. I am used to skipping that gesture, but we actually need it now on current patch. Hey, I was the one that figured out that skip, by the way, or that setup. Thank you very much. I just forgot it. Expedition 33 randomizer permadeath. The thing about Expedition 33 is like the difficulty is just like, do you know the enemies and like their movesets? Do you? Well, you'll probably find them. If you don't, you're cooked. No, we didn't finish the base game. I thought I would just try to split up the setup for the run. Maybe we'll do a little bit of DLC setup right now, and then we can go do some more base game. I need to get the Thorny Cracked tier still. Say the same for the Souls games? Yeah. And you're right.
Where I am in, it is a inland.
But in the Souls games, attacks can miss you if you are far enough away, and if you play safely. In Expedition 33, the attacks are going to hit you regardless.
Map. It is said that one's fate. I only wish to help, though I'm not mistaken. You are I've given you a wonderful power. We studied this. Are you long ago? We too. Is that not? And yet. Oh.
I just feel like losing a run in Expedition 33 rando would just be like, oh, I got an enemy, I don't know how to parry, I guess I'm dead. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like losing runs in that game would not feel very fun. At least if you don't know the game very well. Is it possible to error sleepwalk in current patch? I think it still works. I don't think they actually fixed it, right? No fucking way, dude. Can I die, please, game? Why does it take so long to die here? It's so stupid. I don't know. It's not like my pathing was bad there. Normally that guy doesn't get you. Could have, yeah, I should have used my Dutch assault. True. Damn, look at that water. I'm gonna grab this Grace. There's a skip you can do. Oh. I guess we could try the skip to the sunflower later. I don't remember exactly how I did it. It's not very difficult though. This is the total time of the run, Flea Live. I think I should probably get Millicent's prosthesis. I don't know if it's worth the time though. It's gonna take at least like 5 minutes to go get that thing. Okay, I think I'm gonna go back main game for a little bit. I think we should just go kill Fire Giant and go get the Thorny Crack tier and also kill Godskin Duo. I mean, I only have a plus 18 weapon right now and I don't even have all the talismans I want. Or physics. It was a nice running around session. Yeah, well, welcome to fucking Shadow the Air Tree. I'm not sure if we know when Tarnished Edition's coming out. It's supposed to add like new classes, I think. Yeah, classes barely matter in the grand scheme of things. Honestly, the only thing new classes really affects is like PvPers. I mean, maybe one of the new classes somehow is better for the speedrun as well. I doubt it though. Samurai is kind of OP. I mean, once the Tarnished Edition comes out, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna give it to everybody. Or, like, it's gonna be a free update for the other versions of the game. Thought about speedrunning this again? Not really. Put more enemies and dragons everywhere, yeah. Yeah. Scholar. Oh boy. I am not gonna fight that dragon. No, thank you. I mainly don't want to fight him because it's gonna take fucking 10 minutes. He's weak to pierce, but I'm barely gonna be able to fucking hit him with these damn daggers. And the R2 doesn't do pierce damage, does slash. I'm not even sure what attack of this weapon does pierce. He's resist to pierce? Oh, am I mixing it up? What the hell is he weak to? Strike? This guy does so much damage. Forgot this fucking guy gets a frickin' Estus Flask. You're out of juice, bozo. Holy shit, on my bad, I didn't mean it. I hate you. I just figured I'd fight that guy for fun. Get some extra souls. If I have a weapon that's good for Borealis, I'll fight him a lot of the time. Just to make them run to mountaintops feel a little bit less shitty. I don't think it would have been very fun fighting Borealis with this weapon though. The Syncadia Strike Dagger? No. I don't know why. I always grab way too many great. Like, I don't know why I'm even grabbing that. I don't need it. Did I grab this church? I wonder if there's a way to skip the invader here. I wonder what the borders of it look like. Sit at the Grace? Yeah, I mean, you can do that, but... And I know you can make them fall off the cliff. That's not what I mean. Come here, bozo. Alright, I guess I'm the bozo. I hate invaders. I hate invaders in the Souls games so much. They're so fucking annoying. NPC AI in these games is just obnoxious. I just want my runes, man. Oh, he actually leaves if you run far enough away. Forgot about that. I feel like this is not gonna be good. sad. We don't get any stagger damage, sadly. It's okay. Forgot I have Sacred Blade. I mean, 1,000 damage for an R2 is not bad at all. No, you bitch! I didn't see the fire and then it was too late, man. What is even happening? Got it. Okay. Could I put Cragblade on the dagger to deal stagger? I don't think it would really help that much. Have I done Rykard yet? No. Time to get more faith.
This world and death. Are you to commit? Very let my hand.
Alright, I'm gonna skip this cutscene. This shit's like 5 minutes long. Goodbye, Melina. I'm sorry, but I just wanna... I don't want this run to take like 8 hours, man. Go watch the cutscene on YouTube if you must. She gets mad if you save her? Yeah, well, she wants to burn. Stream on my main account? Distortion 1? I don't know. I wonder if there is a Distortion 1. Is fire or... I think fire is better here, right? Well, you know what? Let's go get... Let's go get the thorny tier. Because that's like a lot of extra damage, I think. We're gonna lose our Ruin Arc though, but it's okay. Also still need to do Ronnie's quest and Fortisax. Well, one and the same. Merchant is further away than I remember. It's not that far.
Custom well.
All right. Hopefully I can hit this skip first try, surely. Oh, we got it. Nice. Surprised we made it through there. A lot of time you have to jump twice. Alright, this guy is gonna get absolutely eviscerated. If I can hit him. Oh, come on, man. Oh, so close to first try. Dang it. Come on, we could do this. There we go. That was a little scary since I didn't grab the Ordnung race. All good. You hate this area? You know, funny enough, if you just jump, the ants can't really hit you. I'm level 98. Oops. I'm gonna go kill Godskin Duo first, though. So we can get plus 24 daggers. Hold on, I need to go to the Church of Ella. I forgot my pots.
And I can also that you're not then. Why not? I am Carlin. Goodbye.
Well, actually, I guess that's technically not a dagger, and chat's gonna give me shit about it, so maybe I won't use the sleep pots. I mean, they don't do damage, they just put them to sleep. Not doing damage to them. Go to bed. It's sleepy time. Oh, I don't like... Oh, that was good. Oh! I did 1 damage. Chat, don't look. You saw nothing. Man, the damage of this is it is pretty good. And now we're gonna get it to plus 24. These daggers are pretty sick. It's so much fun just bullying the Godskin Duo with the sleep, though. I mean, technically, we could have put them to sleep, like, with a dagger. If we wanted to be more legit, but I don't really care that much. I was sponsored to play Battlefield 6. I'll play it a bit. I'm definitely gonna play more off stream. I know that I feel like chat doesn't really... People aren't that interested in watching me play BF6, and that's fine. But I do like the game. What am I doing? I'm gonna go get the Fire Scorpion charm. It's probably kind of like we don't need to, but I feel like we're actually making pretty good pace on this run. I mean, not amazing pace, but we're already like, you know, in the DLC. We have a bunch of graces unlocked. We already have access to, like, we already killed Moog. We have access to Millennia. I want to destroy this Tibia Mariner. Don't you frickin' teleport again. There we go. Not one shot, yeah. I guess we do still have a decent bit of... we still have Estelle and Fortisax to do, and Loretta. It's so easy for an Elden Ring run to just... there's so many things to do, so many things to grab. You know, obviously the speedrun in Elden Ring is super fast, because you just... I mean, you don't really pick up any healing upgrades. And you just upgrade only one weapon, and you choose a weapon that just does a fuck ton of damage regardless of your talismans, and like the all bosses run and the any percent run both use Death's Poker now. I actually kind of want to learn Elden Ring again with the Death's Poker route, kind of. I think the record is like really fucking optimal now, but I don't know about like getting record. But the Death's Poker route seems cool, you know, except for the whole Elden Ring setup, the start of the run. Hey, Shy Guy Zero, thank you for the 102 months. You know, it sucked because I wanted to try out the Death's Poker for the speedrun, but the problem is the Death's Poker was broken for like 3 years straight. Maybe not that long, like a year or two. It didn't actually work properly. It had a glitch. Every time you use the weapon art, your character would constantly lag. Probably have to quit out. It was really dumb. It's stupid. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, you know what? Let's go do Loretta. Well, the bug is fixed now, and that's why the Death's Poker is used in the speedrun. At least for the glitchless run. When did Bloodborne come out? It's definitely not been 15 years. But... It was 10 years ago? Gotcha. That's still crazy though, man. Holy. Were you a Souls player when it came out? I was. I started playing the Souls games in high school. And I started streaming when Dark Souls 2 came out. Which at this point was like fucking 12 years ago or something. $11 years, yeah. That's crazy. Nope, still never met Ella. Maybe one day. Good fight. I kind of want to get Millicent's prosthesis just to see how high the damage can get. The thing is, you can either get prosthesis or winged sword insignia. You can't get them both on one playthrough, right?
Thou must have, though I haven't. No intriguing. Wilt thou? I am the wit that I might well. I soured a, but I require. I anticipate. Good. Art thou a wit left of?
Yes, I don't know what since I asked. I reside in...
Hello, EG.
Oh, so you've defeated a grand reward. Again, I am EG, the carrion I led together.
Alright. Let's just go start working on this quest. And look at the scaling on this thing, though. Plus 146, plus 145. It is crazy. It really is crazy, the damage on this dagger. I mean, that's like 500 attack rating right there. Die, slimes. Plus 235 fire. That's a lot. I will say for daggers, I still feel like Reduvia early on is pretty good. And the fact that this is a smithing stone weapon is kind of annoying. Is Glintstone Chris somber? I think you guys were saying it is, right? Yeah, the Chris is probably just the best dagger, honestly. I don't know if I'm gonna get the Chris in this run. I mean, like, I kind of want to, but it... the quest takes a while. Goodbye. Well, we can get a somber weapon to max. I mean, you know what? We could get the Glintstone Chris. Why not? This run takes so long, anyways. Why not? Let's try it out. I imagine if you want it to do good damage, you want the Magic Scorpion Charm as well, though. And that's another quest to do. Magic Scorpion is a fast quest. Is it? I feel like I remember it not being that fast. Be locked out once you get the Finger Slayer blade. Honestly, it's okay. I don't care that much about the Magic Scorpion Charm. It's gonna make me take more damage anyways. And there's other talismans that can boost our damage. I will get the Glintstone Chris at least. Just cheated in. Yeah, I could. But I don't want to. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I got so tired of everybody just saying just cheat. quest is gonna take a while, though.
You there? Could you help us out, Cully?
It's okay. It's okay. Well, we gotta kill... We gotta kill the Pumpkinhead here, and then we need to get Commodore, or we need to talk to the Commodore guy, and then we need to talk to the other guy. Then I can't remember what to do after that.
Why are you here? I dare say you're... Oh well, but one must... I was as a revive. You still? Very well, but I refuse to anticipate. Young, you are a tat... So, now.
Easily get Magic Scorpion Charm. Well, I already got the Finger Slayer Blade, man, so that's already gone. It's toast. It's cooked. Now I'm getting distracted again. Okay, I need to go... Gone only if you give it to Ronnie. Oh yeah? It's not actually picking it up. I'll be honest, chat, I've played these games a lot, but I don't know the lore and the quest lines that well. I mean, I know how to get to all the bosses and like how to fight them, but you know what, can I fight this guy over here? I was thinking about killing him. I wanted to see how quickly I could kill him, but it's okay. Forgot how stupid these... Dude, I'm getting fucked! Maggie! What is this grace called? Oh, it's at the top.
Shall we commence? What's Master is a stew. Make us. We can speak more. If you. It was for a the toothless. I want glue. No matter what my apprentice teacher. But hear me out. I need your help. Perhaps. Splendid. This please. You must have. I need Master Lusa and like my apprentice with this glint. I need him. He's. You indeed. After a place called Thinking About
I don't know if I need to talk to her more.
After a place called Thinking About It.
Huh? Oh, that was from the tree near Fort Faroth. I killed him, but I teleported away too fast. But I got the rewards when I came back later.
My flesh. It is a curse.
I got some Starlight Shard. I don't remember how to do the Magic Scorpion Charm quest. Do I only need one Starlight Shard? I should probably just look up the guide. No, I'm talking about Magic Scorpion Charm. I've only done the quest for Magic Scorpion Charm one time. That's it. But it's gone already? Well, people said as long as I don't give Ronnie the Finger Slayer blade, it's fine. But maybe I'm also getting wrong information. I don't know. Dang, this thing is crazy.
Don't fret. Should you I will teach. I need your name resting at. Oh, as promised. Go on. Now, well, the work of a. Can you give me as well, mate? Can as well, mate? Can you give me as well, mate?
Oh yeah, I have to quit out, I think.
I have the needle. Will you give it? I will reward. Intended to wretched.
Okay. Give her the needle.
To quell, but never mind. I would rather would you mind?
I think we should probably just get Millicent's prosthesis and not do the full quest. We should just kill her at the Windmill Village.
For giving them. Understand? You've been as thank at the lost. Please, like her mother, but command.
Yeah, but the thing is, chat, if I get the winged sword insignia, I can't, or the rotten one, I can't use it with the winged sword. Like, they don't like, I think you can only have one of the two, right? Or am I wrong? So it's better just to use the prosthesis anyways. Because I'm not going to be doing 2 playthroughs. I thought Millicent goes to the shack. Oh wait, I think I have to talk to her first.
Even the night, not that I could. I'm with the needle. My destiny. It's all thanks. My name is Mill.
She goes to where Gowrie is first, right? And then she goes to Windmill. Or no, she goes to Airtree Gazing Hill. And then Windmill. But we can kill her at the Gazing Hill.
Well, something. So I decide I've only perhaps. Well, I must. Well, I must.
I don't... Do you have to give her the arm, chat? Are you sure? I feel like the last time I... Called the prosthesis for a reason? Yeah. It's just, I think you can kill her right after you give her the arm then, because I could have sworn I've killed her at the Airtree Gazing Hill and I've gotten it. I distinctly remember this. But maybe you have to give her the arm first and then you can kill her right away. I'm getting confused. I just want the talisman so I can do big damage, man. Wait a second, I need to go. Where am I going? I need to go up first. Prosthesis, like a 2% damage difference. Well, the thing is, I can use the prosthesis and the winged sword insignia together. They stack. Can I teleport, please, game? Like a fucking zombie aggroed to me. It's... Oh my god, I hate that there's no homeward bound in this game. Why, Miyazaki?
In truth, it's Scarlet as such, though rather vexed. I realized I could have ate. Are you giving me the... I think it might be possible. If it might be perhaps then... No, you... I did not imagine it ending like this. But I will not forget.
Oh, well, it doesn't work, chat. Alright, now I have to use cheats. God damn it, dude. I could have sworn it worked, but you guys were right. I guess my memory is failing me. I have to freaking restart the game too. I guess I could just... That's so... So I'm trying to boot up Elden Ring from the game directory and it's just not launching. Hello? Not running in the background. Oh, whatever, man. Fuck it. I don't care that much. I guess we just don't get the talisman. Fuck me. I can't boot up the game without fucking anti-cheat for some reason. It's just not launching, so whatever. Now my game capture's not working. Yeah, I have the Steam app ID in the directory. Unless the app ID has changed or something. I don't know. Oh well. That sucks. Honestly, I'm not even gonna bother with the magic scorpion charm either. I can't be bothered, man. Is there another illusory wall here? Okay, Limgrave, cellar. Why am I trapped? Oh, it's just because I haven't beaten the boss, right? I'll just waste my runes. I don't want to be here.
I have my body imprisoned. Can you make? I have something. My imprisoned. Can you make? I have something. Who you have my? I am. This is. This the bodies of. If only I. My body imprisoned. Can you make the? I have something.
Oh boy. These quests take so long.
There is some. My prize star has someone made myself.
Think.
Thank you. This.
I think if I quit out, Jaren should automatically be here because we already talked to him before. Maybe.
I hardly. You didn't. Well, just put it. He was known as obsessed, the most dangerous. A woman, I suspect. I'm sure she's sick. I'm sure she's sick.
Well, at least we know for next time about the prosthesis. I am still kind of confused though. I could have sworn I remember getting it at the Air Tree Gazing Hill. I guess I was just wrong though.
My apprentice, thank you. And it's better still, finally, to expel my dear. To expel.
Okay, we're almost done.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide.
And we want to beat Jaren, I think. Yeah, we've already entered the DLC.
Jaren, bringer of my death. You have my gratitude for freeing me from the shackles. And I'm afraid I will. Join the school.
We did it, Selen. Yeah, we haven't fought any bosses in the DLC yet. We just kind of ran around and collected some stuff.
You've saved my... Do you see this? With the bodies, so that my apprentice... You have your own... But do think of your teacher. You will all rest assured. No. My apprentice. But... Do you... That glintstone... When you become lay bare next time...
Hey, we got the glintstone crisp. What do you need for this? Int? The thing is, if we want to use this weapon, we're going to have to pump our int. Which is part of the reason why I was like, I probably shouldn't have even bothered getting this thing, because I don't know how much I'm going to use it. I'm going to have to respec if I want to use it. But I have limited respecs. And now Selen got turned into a ball.
Come out from whence ye hide.
Rip.
There are books and light plenty. Did they come out I, or will you be close to be better born and
I remember, does she talk?
My friend,
You don't care about Selen at all? Not really. Okay, well, we went out of our way for this dang thing, so we might as well at least see what it's like. Okay, so for the magic scorpion charm, it says I need to progress until Seluvis tells me his plot, but how far is that? I remember the last time I got this charm, I was actually surprised it doesn't take that long to get.
Perhaps I'd like you to find even you. Now I shall have... I expect. I'm the only thing I... Are we and I have enough. I'm the only thing. Are we and I have enough.
You just give it to Gideon and that's it?
In the round.
I see.
The round table, and if the earth in the round is a bloody cellar. The round table. But, good. You go and see. Just tell him that despite no is inevitable.
I don't need to buy his puppets though, do I? This is why I didn't want to do this. This shit is so these quests are so annoying. Oh my god. Been fucking doing quests for half an hour straight right now. I don't need to do all these quests. It's just somebody in chat convinced me, and yeah. I don't know. I don't even know where you get a third Starlight Shard. This is the only one I could think of. You only need 2? I think there's one somewhere around here, right? Oh my god, man. This is gonna be an 8-hour run. I was like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do all these fucking stupid quests. And then I just do them anyway. I don't...
Well done, very well. Knowledge, I doubt, if you put your... You well? You go fishing fine and well. You tricked me, I believe that you yearn for... Well, but perhaps now.
Matter which one I choose? I don't think so, right?
So, it's... I may have expected...
How much of this guy's fucking quest do I have to do, though? Okay, you know what, dude? Fuck this shit. Like, I'm done. This is... Fuck this. I'm just not in the mood. I just want to fucking play the game, man. get our health back. Back in the groove. I'm sorry, Chad. I don't know why I let people like influence my decision making so much. It's just so stupid. Well, like, it's like I always do this, where it's like, oh, you should use this, you should use that, you should use all these things. And then, you know, I end up with, like, I have, like, 6 fucking upgraded weapons, but it's like, I just end up using what's the best anyways. Like, it's just such a it's such a fucking waste of time. It doesn't help that I don't really know how to actually do the quests in this game, so... I mean, I know how to do some of them, but, like, I don't do them often enough where I can, you know, just do them quickly. It's all good. It's all good. I always do this. Yeah, my bad, chat. My bad. You forgive me? Oh, thank you. Thank you, chat. Using multiple weapons in Elden Ring is just kind of a pain in the butt, though, because, like, I want to use the glint. I mean, we can try the glintstone Chris for a little bit, but it's annoying because I need to respec if I want to use it. Because this weapon is pure faith, and then the glintstone Chris is basically pure int. Yeah, I mean, I could give myself infinite larval tears, but again, it's just, you know, respecking constantly back and forth is also kind of a pain. Why back and forth? Because magic isn't... I mean, you don't have to go back and forth, sure. But, like, if you're fighting a boss that's resistant to magic, then you might want to... Like, if your goal is to maximize DPS and use weapons accordingly depending on the boss's weakness, then yes, you're going to be going back and forth. If you're trying to just, you know, min-max, but... I hate this fucking place. Let me breathe. You have to kill those enemies. Yeah, I wanted to use my flaming strike there, but I don't have enough poise. I'm still using this. I don't know why I'm still using my starting armor. Let's use Jaren's armor. Do we want to do Millennia right now? Yet? I mean, we basically have all the damage we could hope for. Could save her. Can blue ball chat.
What use do you have?
Not this again.
Oh no.
Where's war?
I am gonna use the weapon. In fact, alright, you know what? I've got a plan, alright? Hear me out, chat. We're gonna go... where the hell am I? We're gonna kill the hippo. There's a really good charm for that dagger. What? Yeah, the magic scorpion charm? Yeah, yeah. Fuck that charm, dude. It's not worth it. I hate that charm. I hate all the fucking quests in this game. They're just so fucking annoying. Oh my god. Okay, maybe not all the quests, but... Oh wait, I'm at the wrong spot. Let me up. It is pretty annoying how so many quests in this game lock, like, the best talismans behind them. Like, Holy Scorpion Charm, you just go frickin' walk into a church and you just get it. And then Magic Scorpion Charm is like, oh, do a 15 fucking minute quest. Oh, you want to use a Dex multi-hit weapon? We'll go fucking do another 15-minute quest. Oh, you want the best weapon art spamming charm? Well, you can get a crappier one if you kill the NPC right away. Or you can do a more quest and then kill him again. Anyways. It's fucking... Everybody dies, too. Oh. Alright. Yes, I feel better. Let's talk about the Skadu fragment. Come on, stop! Get back here! Just heal through it! Oh god. I hate this fucking attack. We have no Skadu fragments active right now, by the way, so I don't know why it wasn't doing that much damage. I mean, it was still pretty good. Okay. We're gonna go... This list is just... Never remember where... You gonna finish Elden Ring today? Yep, that's the plan. We still have a lot left, though. And we just wasted like half an hour fucking doing quests. I mean, hey, we got the Glintstone Chris, at least. And honestly, I wanted to try out the Chris. The prosthesis was not worth, especially because we didn't actually get it. That's okay. Our damage is more than fine. Do box quest. Oh yeah. Oh joy. So, if you want to do good damage with the Glintstone Chris, you just spam the weapon art, I assume, right? All quests, all souls win. I mean, something like that wouldn't be bad if I actually knew what I was doing for half of the quests. Like, I would need to... I would need to, like, recap my knowledge. Because it just, I don't know, it's really frustrating for me in these games when I don't know what I'm doing and I'm trying to, like, go fast. Or at least, like, moderately fast. I will out DPS your healing. we could have killed, dude. We could have gotten such a crazy kill there. Man, that damage is crazy. All right. Let's put on the magic physic. Put that back on. that on. Put jar shard on. I mean, the thing is, guys, we only have 18 int. I don't know if this is going to be very good. I assume if you want this thing to be good, you need a lot of int. Oh, we're at faith cap now. We're at 80 faith. Terra, yeah, go. I should go pick up Terra Magica now, shouldn't I? Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good still, though. Can you charge it? Oh yeah, you can do the... Magic Scorpion would help. You don't say. That hitbox is bullshit, man. This is why I didn't want to use this weapon though, because it's basically just shooting a sorcery. Like... But hey, yeah, there you go, guys. That's the Glintstone Chris. Yippee! Totally worth getting. Hey, I mean, it was good for this fight at least. Once you hit strength, faith, or once you hit faith cap, I guess you go strength and dex for more fizz on this thing. Would Carrion Slicer be a dagger? Yeah. Alright, we're gonna get some extra rune arcs here. He's doing this on purpose? What do you mean? He thinks we care. I think some of you do. Light this grace. This is your punishment for wanting magic charm. Okay, guys. I've had enough. Oh yeah, I forgot to put fire physic on. I still have magic. Oh, Lionel! The damage is so good. It's actually so good. We should probably get a little bit more health, actually. Okay, let's go give Ronnie her blade. Damage seems low, we need more quests, yeah. We did get Fire Scorpion Charm, too.
Not blood. Even in my... It is in my thanks. Soon must...
Buy Magic Scorpion Charm. I just can't be bothered.
Strange. I am so... I must...
I'm sorry, but...
It was but...
I just don't want to deal with it, man. I have no regrets. I could see the Glintstone Chris being better, but honestly, the Glintstone Chris is kind of boring for a dagger, because again, it's just weapon art spam. But that thing does a crazy amount of damage. I mean, it was doing almost 1,000 damage, and I have 18 in. Hey, Daydath, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, dude. Millennia? We will do Millennia, don't worry. When? I don't know. When he can two-shot it. Yeah. Two-shot it with a dagger. kind of scared me. I thought I was gonna die there for a second. I'm going out for French onion soup later this week, chat. On Tuesday. Oh yeah. I'm excited. Man with a plan, yeah. Do they not have anything better on the menu? Well, I get the French onion soup and like the prime rib normally. Super good. Have you ever had bad French onion soup? Oh yeah, 100%. Or maybe I've had such good ones that it's just made all the other ones bad, but yeah. A lot of the time when I see it on the menu, I'll order it, but a lot of places, like even nice places with good reviews, sometimes their French onion soup is like terrible. You're just gonna skip a boss? Are you talking about the guy in the bridge? That guy's not a boss. Well, I mean, he's technically a boss, but not, like, he doesn't have a health bar. The enemy type is a boss. Alright. Where am I going?
I knew you. What is it to deny like the dog? I see.
Oops.
I knew you. What is it to deny like the dogma? You, I am the guy they call, yet you.
Isn't this a quest you're doing? Yeah, but this is for a boss.
God wins out there isn't, and I must before the time. When but another, and I must before the time. My hands, will you still? This, how did you? Oh my, with this and claim you are mine. And though I can, I hope. I and it with a new life as the rulees brandish, stay the by becoming. I to conceive, brandish, stay the by becoming.
Didn't become the Reduvia run? No, we're using the aired steel daggers. They're actually insanely good. Like, these daggers are kind of crazy. There's a gate here. That takes me to Lane Dell, which I don't need to go there.
This that I choose, and I will who will inherit what greater. This that I choose, and I will who will inherit what greater.
If we hit this guy in the head, it's gonna do insane damage. greedy, man. The dagger's really good. It's kind of hard to hit targets sometimes though with it, I will say. Wonder how the Glintstone Chris would have performed. Yeah, it's Fortisax is weak to fire. That's why I went for this build, but Glintstone Chris probably would be better if you're because you can hit him in the head. Got our Ronnie doll. Well, we can get the Scorpion Stinger. I'm not sure if there's really much of a point, though. Honestly, I'm gonna have to pick up more materials. I think I'm just gonna keep using the air. Like, we have Holy, we have Fire. That's basically good for everything. At the end of the day, I mean, all the dagger movesets are basically similar. This one is cool because it actually has a unique moveset. It's got this double hit. Long run, yep. Yep. If I actually had a route in mind and, you know, I just stuck to one weapon the entire run, I think, like, we could definitely get, you know, and if I had a bit more practice, we could probably still get through, we could probably make this run like 4 or 5 hours. I wonder what the current all bosses or all remembrances plus DLC like record is. I'm guessing it's like 3 to 4 hours long. Yeah, exactly. It's fun for me to just wing it, but it, you know, it ends up, the run can end up taking a long time because of it. But that's okay. I mean, I don't have anything else to do. I do want to get some dinner though. But maybe I'll just order something that I can just eat during the run. No, I don't need the key unless I want to do Ronnie's ending. But I mean, we've seen all the endings. It's not really much of a point in doing a different ending. Yeah, we're gonna finish Elden Ring tonight. I mean, we already have access to Farum Azula. We already killed Moog. We've done Fortisax, and we're on our way to Estelle now. So we basically just have DLC and then like Placidusax, Millennia, which we already are at Millennia. I forgot to do the Rot strat. I think I have enough flasks. What's up? Thank you. I know, we can't do the zip here anymore. It's so sad. Hello, another Dan. Oh no, Ramen is gonna get destroyed. She's weak to fire. Yeah, my physics back to fire. Yo, Karmic, what's up, man? Thank you for the 5 gifted, dude. I saw you were playing, you were playing the difficult game about climbing DLC today? Or you were playing something that I was surprised by. I think that's what it was, right? Which streamers are known to be playing something? Yeah. I told Ella that he needs to play the difficult game about climbing DLC. I want to see him play it. I thought the DLC for that game was actually really good. He probably won't play it then. Oh, that's gonna... Tell Bach to play it. Bach doesn't really play those kind of rage games. Really? The damage was good. Okay, man. Yeah, this run will be on my main channel on YouTube after it's been edited a bit. Okay. The DLC is way harder for people who didn't run it before. Yeah, I definitely, like, speedrunning it definitely helped a lot. After he edits out. I did not cheat, okay? I freaking killed Millicent and I wanted to cheat, but I didn't. I didn't. Okay. Let's go kill Placidusax. Not for the lack of trying. Yeah, it honestly doesn't matter though. Like, it really... Oh man, we don't get like any damage from this. Has E scaling and strength and dex. Maybe it's worth just pumping faith to 99. She died for nothing, yep. Sadly, that is true. Will I play Sekiro? No. I mean, technically, we could do Sekiro if we used this. Well, I don't even know if it's a dagger. There's like a prosthetic tool called the Sabimaru, which I think is a dagger, but it uses spirit emblems, and you would need infinite spirit emblems to do it. And it would probably be awful. Cheat? Well, yeah, but that's not really the issue. You would have to cheat in order to do the run, but that's beside the point. The run would be super difficult in the first place. Yeah, maybe the next marathon will be katana only, chat. Just so we can finally do Sekiro. Yeah, and then we can use Moonveil and all the fucking all the weeb weapons. Rivers of Blood. Could use the Great Katana in Elden Ring. God, that thing is so OP. Great Katana with Flame Spear is like the most broken weapon in the game. It's actually just stupid how fucking good that weapon art is. Wild Strikes is really good too, yeah. The thing about Flame Spear is it double hits. Like the fire has a hitbox, the projectile, but also the melee hit, so you double hit with it. I mean, at level 1, at Ruin level 1, you could do like 3,000-4,000 damage with the Flame Spear. Time to wake up. Oh yeah, the Chikage in Bloodborne is sick too. Yeah, maybe we will do Katana only next. That'd be fun. I had more time there. I had... done 3 R2s each time, I think. That's alright. Oh, come on, man. Oh, we're pretty close to the wall, so this should be good. That was almost dangerous. A little scary. How much more to do? It's really not that much. Mainly just the DLC that we have left, man. I'm gonna get some more health. Mainly for the DLC. I mean, because all we have left in the main game now is Millennia and then the final bosses. And the DLC. And we're already partway through the DLC, so... We're making good pace. I mean, good enough pace. Try this again. Am I gonna be able to hit him with this fucking thing?
Become my blade once more. So hard to hit him, man.
We didn't no hit Malekith. We got we got hit in the first phase. We didn't get hit in the second phase though. Malekith is probably one of the fights I'm like the best at, I would say, just because we had to fight him in the any % speedrun. I mean, you have to fight him in like every category that you do, but I had to fight him with some like pretty shitty builds in the any % run. We used to have to fight Malekith with, I think it was like a +4 Ice Rind Hatchet. It was a tough fight. We would basically just spam Hoarfrost Stomp, and we would use like the fire arrows that you could start with.
To become Elden Ring. To sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit to lass. She'll take the throne. Queen Margaret's how it hopes for us.
Gideon. What? He's just spamming Black Flame Ritual.
The Tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll wait a minute. Larksa made me a grilled cheese. Yippee. Not asked for by. All right. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think I might go fight Ramana. How many bosses are in Elden Ring? Too many. Forgot about that guy. When am I gonna activate the fragments? We'll do it right now. Shoot me. Bro postponing millennia so we watch the rest of the game. Oh, you caught on to me. Damn, we still got it. I honestly was not sure if that setup was right, but it was. It's hard to remember setups for these kind of things, because you're just looking for, like, shadows on the ground and using random, you know, things in the background to line it up. Where's my cheat item? Thing is, though, I still kind of want to grab the Scadu tree frag. Oh god. Wait, is this where the Scadu fragment is? Not sure there was much of a point in doing that skip if I'm gonna grab this. It's okay. I'm not used to going from this direction. Oh, does anyone know, is the Divine Beast Feather spell any good now? I think they buffed it at some point. I imagine it's still terrible. we go. He's gonna do it. I don't know how I didn't get hit there. Dodging that attack is so weird. Bad. Not great, honestly, but it was not bad. Let's see. We have plus 159. I'm gonna get a few more points in faith just because I'm curious if how the damage is. Give me 2 damage. 5 points of faith, but it also gave me some more fire damage, so I guess that's okay. Probably still better to go to 99. Am I gonna finish all these games tonight? No, we're gonna do Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1 tomorrow. That's the plan. Hey, Big Chris, thank you. Thank you for the sub. What about Night Rain Dagger only? Not really interested. Oh my god. Why did that do something? Alright, chill. Stop fucking charging me, you piece of shit! Oh my god, guys. So greedy. Oh, that was good. Stagger at 1 HP. Dude, I think we've had like... I think I can count on one hand the amount of staggers we've had during this run. Daggers are good, but you just do not get posture breaks. Yeah, we can go do the flower now. Kind of feel bad for what's gonna happen to the flower. We're doing all remembrances plus bail. Using Flame Spear would be unfair. Yeah. Yeah. How much is this thing worth? 100k? 80k? Alright. It's so delayed, man. I always mess up this roll. The range is pain, dude. It's no great katana, that's for sure. I wonder if I could get a hit in there. There we go. What? Is it 3 back steps? Boss gave you a lot of trouble. I mean, I'm using like a fire. I mean, he's weak to fire. I'm just bullying the bosses, man. I played this game too much. Okay, we need to go get the gesture. I also had to practice him a lot when I did my when I did the Ruin level 1 anvil percent. Blasphemous Blade on the tree. If you want to see real damage, you use, if you use Great Katana with the Flame Spear, it is obscene. That's what we used in the Ruin Level 1 competition that I hosted. And, I mean, if you pre-buff correctly, you can kill... You kill the sunflower in like 1 weapon art, or like 2. And this is at level 1, by the way. Like, level 1, you're doing, I don't know, like 6,000 damage with the weapon art. And what's crazy is that you can, you can equip this dagger. Well, you guys can't see it, but there's a talisman. The Dagger talisman, this one, raises attack power after each critical hit. So on the sunflower, after you do the first riposte, or when you do the first riposte, you can equip this, and then swap it off after the riposte, and you'll get 20% extra damage. Going into, like, the next phase. It's pretty helpful, actually. Not sure if I should get the... Might get the Holy Negation Talisman, because I'm... It's been a while since I've fought Radahn. It is pretty helpful for him. I don't really think the Winged Sword insignia is doing much. Just because it's hard to get combos going on DLC bosses. Where is this? This isn't the talisman. This is the this is the spell. Am I blind? Ah. What's your favorite Souls DLC, chat? I think mine is probably the Elden Ring DLC. Even though there are some things about it that piss me off. I still think I prefer... I think I like this one the most. Yeah, Bloodborne DLC is super good. It's a shame we didn't get more DLC for Bloodborne, honestly. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's like, it's a good amount of content. I love Bloodborne. Would have been cool to see. There's so many empty places, yeah. The whole southern part of the map is so barren. Well. Haha. Missed me, bozo.
Please. No. I am sorry. I repent. Come closer.
When are we gonna get Night Rain DLC info? Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully soon. Yeah, apparently on the Bandai site it says it's supposed to be this year. Some people were speculating that it's gonna be Q4 or Q4 based on like the Japanese fiscal year or something, so it's actually gonna be released at the start of next year. I don't know though. Who knows? Hopefully we get info soon. Is there any new game show, like game announcement shows coming soon? Prevented the heal. Nice. I feel like Game Awards is a little too late to be announcing the Night Rain DLC, but maybe they could. What time? Do we know what date it actually is in December? The 11th? FromSoft shadow dropping something. That would fuck me up, dude. I don't think FromSoft is the type of studio to do that. Shadow drops are cool, but at the same time, I like kind of planning things out and knowing what to expect. Like a brand new Souls game just randomly dropping would be like super cool, but also be kind of fucked up. Yeah, the Liza P DLC just randomly getting dropped was kind of annoying. I couldn't even play it when it came out because I didn't have a save file ready. The region where there's nothing. Excuse me? There's a lot of great gloveworts. Great ghost gloveworts, whatever they're called. There are a lot of pretty flowers. Am I planning to finish all the games today? That's not even possible. It will be tomorrow before we would be able to finish, but no. I am going to be done after Elden Ring, and tomorrow we will finish Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule. I finished the main game, not quite, but pretty close. These days, chat, it's more fun if I just do it in multiple streams. I don't like forcing myself to play games for like 18 hours straight. It's exhausting. It's also not really healthy to play for so long. Well, I'm dead. area's torture level 1. If you take the right pathing, it's not that bad, but there's some weird, like, hardware-based bullshit in this section where I don't really know what's going on with it, but there's an enemy that is super unreliable. I don't know if it's hardware-based. When I ran the Ruin Level 1 competition, a lot of people were, like, losing runs here because sometimes one of the enemies would behave differently for some reason. I could zip. Zipping. I don't know if you're actually being serious, but zips got fixed. No more zipping. Tough fight incoming. This guy is gonna get absolutely obliterated from existence, and I feel kind of bad about it. Okay, maybe not obliterated, but they're doing good damage. Problem is this guy runs a lot. Come on, man. Let's see our... We jumped it at the end. That's good. Yeah, I mean, I could have just spammed Sacred Blade. That's the thing about Elden Ring. It's like you can use a specific weapon class, but you can just put any weapon art on any weapon, so it's like, you know, it doesn't really matter what weapon you're using if you can kind of just spam a weapon. Like, you can use Sacred Blade on so many different weapon types. For example. Okay. Let's go... Weapon arts are cheating. It's more so just... Weapon arts are... They kind of get rid of the uniqueness of a weapon class. To an extent. No, Yui, not really. I could do it for Renala though, or Relana, rather. But I haven't upgraded the Misericord. I do have it though. And yeah, we'll definitely parry Prime Consort Radon. What should I infuse Misericord, or what's the best for... I mean, considering I have faith, I guess we probably want to... Lightning Infusion. Ah, man, I don't even think I have a Lightning Ash of War, though. Yeah, 90 faith is a little overkill. I think I should have stopped at 80. I just wanted to see... Go sacred? Yeah, that's... That makes more sense. Well, we could go do... Go do Matir. Yeah, I don't have the Dagger Talisman. Where do you actually get that? I cannot remember off the top of my head.
The exalt twice, the star addressed to show. On the contrary, now, may you. Or is he?
Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah, I know where it is.
The answer there never was America, and this is no man we have. Every knew that it's a tragedy that he would feel come in the play. Do you, America? Well, it is their mother fingers. We all anew. May you join.
Oh, thank you, Yui. Have a good stream or whatever you're doing. Thanks for stopping by today. I probably shouldn't have used. Oh man, when you can actually get a combo off with this thing, it's fucking crazy. But that's the thing, like actually getting a combo off on some of the DLC bosses. Surprised I got a stacker there. Nice. Chop chop. I don't know what I should do for killing Rykard in this run though. I get a little bit of mana. No, we didn't do Midra yet. Reduvia? I don't think Reduvia is going to be that good. No, we're not doing Abyssal Wood skip. Not even really possible. I got confused where I was going. Yeah, you can rot him. Oh my god.
Mongrel intruder. That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of life? Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death.
Have I killed Bale? Not yet. I'm so greedy. God, I'm trying to remember.
In the embrace of mesmerism.
I'm just gonna play it slow. There's like some combos from this guy that you can strafe, but I can't fucking remember which ones it is. 2 hits after. That's the one we can strafe.
I will not suffer. A lord devoid of light. No, mother. Forgive me.
Yeah, I love how the souls and, you know, the main characters just watch the boss's aura farm.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
You fuck.
Embrace thine oblivion, as shall I.
That's my bad. I hate that attack so much. It's just like, if you're next to him when he does it, you're cooked. Oh, that's not good. You piece of shit, bro.
Embrace of Mesmer's.
My armor set might be bad. Alright, let me actually buff at the right time here.
Of gold channel in the embrace.
I'm not going to use the Rune Arc anymore. I thought he was doing his fast attack. actually reach you that far? Damn, I should have just dodged in. I just want to get full HP, but I don't know why I care so much. I died it the exact same way. I don't know why I'm trying to roll away from him. I just don't know why I'm trying to roll away from him. What am I doing?
The grace of gold channel death in the embrace of
I fucking hate using these daggers against this guy. I mean, it's not the daggers that are the issue, but I just keep getting confused by the moves. I practice this guy so much, but I'm like, oh my god, I'm panic rolling like it's my first playthrough, dude. Chat. To be fair, I am using Sacred Scorpion Charm. I probably should have just put on Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman. That would have prevented a few of those deaths, I reckon. I mean, okay, here. I will show you guys the difference. So I'm at 63% Fizz negation, right, with this on. Takes me up to 73. Now that's only 10%, but when you start getting to these super high thresholds, that's like a fucking world of difference. Actually, shit, I didn't need to. That's okay. Every time I frickin' fight Mesmer, I just hear the Hob got hit in the background. That's all I can ever think of, dude. Alright, let's go to Midra. Am I tired? Yeah, I'm pretty tired. I mean, we've been streaming for 10 hours. I haven't taken a day off in like a fucking month. At least that's what it feels like. Did I get to bail yet? No, not yet. Probably take a day off after the marathon. Might take Tuesday off. Who's ready for more riding around on Torrent? Yeah. If only we could do the Abyssal Wood skip, but it's too scary to do, and we don't. It's not really possible for us to do because of how difficult sleepwalking is. Do I want the next IP to be open world? My casual playthrough wants it to be open world because I feel like the exploration of Elden Ring is unmatched, but the speedrunner in me wants it to be a bit more linear, or like maybe not linear, but just more not open world. Their next game is 10 times bigger than this. Yeah, I want these marathons to take weeks. I really didn't was it? I didn't feel like that was that high though. I guess it was higher than I thought. Torrent felt it. Yeah. The Abyssal Wood skip is so cool, though. It's a shame it's not, like, really run viable in most cases. Because it is a really cool skip. Dreams when I was testing that skip, yeah. There's so many different iterations of that skip figured out. Well, good thing I didn't use a rune arc. Only you didn't do all those quests. I know, we would have already killed Midra. It's okay, though. So what bosses do we have left now in the DLC? Midra, Lion, Radon. Oh yeah, Ilana. Oh yeah, and Bale. Good damage. I love this enemy. Off he goes again. Nice. Yeah, this fight is awful. imagine this fight no hit. There is like a script. You can like chain backstab him, I think, if you do it right. It's really difficult though. I think there are ways to deal with him in no hit though. Jory is so awful, he will be added to Night Rain 100%. Oh my god. You know what? You're so right though, because he has summons and he's not a remembrance boss. They're gonna fucking add this piece of shit. Oh my god, they totally are. There's no way you're like, I think it's very likely we'll see Jory in the Night Rain DLC. Because it's one of the few non-remembrance bosses. Like, 2 of the non-remembrance bosses are already in Night Rain, the Hippo and Yosh. Oh man, that's gonna be awful. Oh yeah, the Death Knight. Yeah, they'll probably add the Death Knight. We're probably only gonna get non-remembrance bosses. Is there any other... I mean, I guess there's the DLC dragons. Maybe they'll put those in the Night Rain DLC. Lamenter. Yeah, there's also the Blood Fiend Chief. I mean, there's no way they're gonna add remembrance bosses to Night Rain DLC. I just don't think there's any chance. We clearly can. I mean, you can just tell by the way the game is currently that they don't have any intention of like adding remembrance bosses. Now, I guess Godric is technically in Night Rain, but I feel like that's more so an exception. And Morgott. I hope I'm wrong. Ancestral Spirit too. It's not Ancestral Spirit though. It's not the one that heals. I mean, it's the other one that's not a remembrance. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Estelle is also in the game, so I guess there's a few remembrance bosses. But in most of the cases, the remembrance bosses that are in the game have like duplicates found in the base game. Like there's a copy of Godric. There's also a copy of Estelle. Yeah, it's none of the main ones. I mean, I guess you, well, like Godric is a main remembrance. But he's also the one that most people have already fought and or seen, I guess. I mean, there's who knows? We'll just have to wait and see until the DLC comes out. I've said this a few times, but don't you think it's kind of crazy that they added Godric to Night Rain, and they used the map that he's from, but they didn't add a Stormveil Castle's Shifting Earth? Like, bruh. Hello? You have Stormveil in the castle. If you're talking about the center castle, that is nothing like Stormveil. There's nothing of that. The castle in the center does not remind me of Stormveil at all. Imagine a Shifting Earth with like all the legacy dungeons. You know, you get like a Redmane Castle Shifting Earth, a Halig Tree Shifting Earth. Oh, am I dead? Yeah, Raya Lucaria would be super cool. You never take any graces in the game, what happens then? Well, there's some parts of the game where they automatically give you a grace. Like when you leave the starting area and go into Limgrave, it gives you it automatically. That's pretty good damage.
Enough. I have endured more than enough. I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Oh, my mic's muted. Nice. Sick. I did it, chat. Yippee. Oopsies. I wondered why it was so peaceful. You're saying it's not peaceful when I'm talking? Huh. Alright, let's go. Hold on, we missed one Skadu fragment over here. You wish Skadu fragments didn't exist. Yeah, I mean, there's enough of them en route that it's not too bad. Okay, I don't think yet. I mean, if you want to get all of them, you definitely have to go out of your way. And at least the nerf to them made it a bit better. The thing is, they couldn't really make it like Sekiro. I mean, they could have, but I mean, I think that every boss should have dropped a Skadu fragment. Like, you should have still gotten power from killing bosses, but I think there still needed to be them in the world too. Yeah, I mean, what level can you get the Skadu to without fighting anything? Like 15 or something? 13? I gotta say, overall, I'm not super... I mean, daggers in this game are definitely decent. It's just the range makes it hard. I think the big issue with daggers in this game is the range is obviously shit. And then, on top of that, you get no poise breaks. And poise breaks just let you do so much damage. Get back here! this for Egon. For Egon. That was good damage. Oh my god, we got a stagger! Like, just imagine if you could actually stagger with this thing, though. Like, when you staggered the boss, you would just do 20,000 damage. You would do so much.
What a sight. A warrior true, if ever one there was. A fellow Drake warrior. Egon. Piteous.
If you use Glintblade Phalanx with this weapon, it could be pretty good, I think.
Conjure your past.
Because it does 40 poise damage, or at least it used to, unless they nerfed it.
Fear was yet foreign to you.
Sure.
Grant me this one wish. Take this finger, my finger. Scale the jagged peak. Summon me. My limbs but a draw and my
I will summon Egon. Don't worry. Not sure what I did wrong there. Yeah, I'm not fighting that piece of crap. Yeah, can you imagine if that was a remembrance boss? Oh, that would be horrible. We're gonna get our Scadu to 12 before we fight Bale, because he's scary. I have the mighty Egon by my side. True. Bale is actually freaking scary, man. He does so much damage. Well, we're gonna have to die, but that's okay, I guess. Forgot to get Gaius's weapon. Okay. Wait, did I not pick up the the fucking Scadu fragment there? Am I stupid? Oops. Oh, I'm getting tired, man. I'm just forgetting so much stuff. Elden Ring taking as long as the first 3 games. Yeah. This game is long as fuck.
From higher sphere delivered. Take root inside the tower's sculpted keepers. And perched within, we beg of thee, rise. Doing, man? We're going for the face tank build here, chap. Pretty successful.
my god, chat, I'm scared. I can't frickin' can't hit him, dude. You know, funny enough, I feel like I liked the daggers more until I went into the DLC. It's just the bosses in this are so fast that a lot of the time you can only get one hit anyways. It's hard to actually get like combos going on DLC bosses in this game. It's not that the bosses are too fast. Alright, let's try... Let's do some parry action. No, we don't have lightning. It's okay. All right. Let's go fight Rolana. That frickin' instant attack is so hard to parry. Just forget how quick you have to be for that. I don't think R'Lana gives very many runes. It's okay. Imagine killing Mesmer before R'Lana. Exactly what I did. I don't even have to imagine. Alright. I see the super cinema version of this fight. No, I don't think so. Oops. I'm getting tired, chat. This armor looks awful. At least combined with Radahn's greaves. Why did I even try to heal, dude? Why didn't I just keep running? Where am I going? Alright, time for bird hell. Here we go. Nothing we can't face tank through. Alright, so what bosses do we have left in the DLC? Bale and Radon and Leda? Anything else? I think that's it. Oh, he aggroed? Have to ask you to relax, buddy.
It was never kindly Miquella, was it? The Erdtree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with? I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps
Oh, here we go.
desired all along. The clashing
For the worst fight in the DLC.
such that one would prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Miquella the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Yo, Natan's using daggers. Perfect summon.
Don't you dare approach Miquella the Kind.
Don't you
Neither
dare.
Knight Leda, Dryleaf Dane, and our ally will never allow this.
It is just as the one said it will be. Lord of the Earthquake. Oh, Miquella, please. Redeem.
Jesus, lady. Okay. Let it relax. Why is she so fast? Go, Natan, go! I have no regrets using summons here. This fight is ass. Big old butt cheeks. Okay. Let's go fight Bale. You gone.
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon, your fear made flesh.
Man, it was horrible.
Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes.
Oh, wow, I'm surprised I didn't get hit there.
With a hail of harpoons, with every last drop of my being.
Might be close to a posture break. There it is.
Bale the Dread, you shall haunt me no longer.
Good job, Egon.
Hey!
All right. Well, fight Radon. Yeah, this seems good, honestly. It's good defense. Actually, instead of Winged Sword, I'm just gonna put on Dragon Crest Great Shield, I think. We probably want to use Fire for this guy, I guess. Definitely not Holy. Isn't he more resistant to holy though? No? Hold on, let me actually see. Oh, he has the same. Yeah, I guess I might as well just use holy then, actually. Because he's weak to holy in phase 1, so... I guess it's still better. Or maybe we should just... Meh, whatever, it's fine. Fuck it.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort. You cannot parry that, I don't think. I don't think I can get... God, I'm so rusty on the parries, dude. They do good damage, though. Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Classic. Amen. Cross slash. Nice. Wasn't close enough. Oh. Oh, so greedy, man. I keep thinking I can get 2 hits in with the dagger, but I can't. Oh well. My bad. I'm a mile away. I don't remember how many times that move hits. Is it 6? 5? I'm trying to parry that, I can't. I don't know. Oops. Three in a row? Let him hug you? I'm sorry. No hugs. Oh, I was too slow. Oh well. We're not done with Elden Ring yet. Almost. We have Millennia and Horalu and Radagon and Elden Beast. We also have Godskin, Noble, and Rykard.
Promise me you'll be my consort.
Yeah, we did the moose.
I'll make the world a gentler place.
Oh, dude, this Elden Ring run is literally gonna take as long as Bloodborne, Dark Souls 2, and Demon Souls did. Or maybe not quite, but like, it's not that far off. Fucking ridiculous. This game takes so long. Alright. Yeah, we did Fortisex. I mean, we're almost done. It's fine, guys. I'm not that tired. We probably only have like 15 minutes left. Ish. As long as we don't die to the bosses too much. Getting teleported here is going to be kind of annoying. Just because we have so much health. That's not even gonna do enough. Why does this do no damage? Because I'm level 165. It would be nice if in Night Rain there was no level cap. I guess you would get a little too OP though. I guess the game is kind of like balanced around you being level 15. But if it was balanced around the cap being unlimited, that would be kind of interesting. That man a lot faster. Honestly, I think we can just spam R2 on Rykard and we'll still kill him pretty quick. The lava does no damage if you do ladder storage. Oh, really? Like Rykard's lava? Or this, like the lava in this area? Oops. I need to put my holy physic on. Alright, hopefully this will be decent.
Very well. Join myself and King as family. Together we will
Together.
the very god.
Let me hit you, man. Better on the right side. Okay, well, fuck me, dude. I hate this boss. I didn't realize he was doing he did the fucking skull attack. I thought my stun canceled it. But apparently not. I don't know, man. Honestly, I just wanted to see the cutscene. We'll try the fight again. This fight it's like not even hard, it's just stupid. Redo the blessing? You're talking about the Baldican's blessing? No, it's not that important. No, I can't even get another one. You only get one per playthrough. I also really don't need Ritual Sword Talisman. Not really sure what would be a better option. I love trying to hit this guy's fucking feet. With the toothpick! Oh my god, dude. I can't get up. I'm having so much fun. Honestly, dude, fuck this boss. He gets to live. This is just, it's just not a fun fight. It's just so ass. I don't want to do this. It's just, it's not even like, it's fucking, it's so bad. It's not even like, it's not even a fun fight. It's just trash. It's straight trash. The thing is, Yorm is actually fun to fight without the Storm Ruler. This boss is just horrible. You just sit there, getting hit by his lava over and over again, trying to fucking hit his stupid hitbox, which you can't even reach, because he's fucking massive. And then every 45 seconds you have to run in circles and dodge the skulls for 30 seconds straight.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. and I have never known defeat.
Forgot to equip the fire daggers for this fight. Hold on, Millennia. I don't have flaming strike on my weapon. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so tired. Can take a break, bro. The game is over in like 10 minutes. I mean, maybe not if I keep fucking dying to Rikers, but... This is with the Flame Art infusion. This is with Flame Art and like 80 Faith. With the aired steel dagger.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more.
That was good damage. Pretty good damage. Alright guys, I'll go back and kill the stupid fucking snake.
I'm sorry. I finally met my match.
Use the Chris. I don't know if the Chris is gonna be better necessarily. The black knife? I don't think the black knife is gonna be that good. I don't really have a good bleed dagger, chat, and I don't really want to respec. I mean, honestly, the dagger we're using is fine. The issue is hitting him more than anything. I didn't even get the black knife on this run. I just got tired of picking up so much shit, honestly. No greed, chat. No greed. Greed gets you killed on this fight. And not dodging properly. Oh, wait a sec. I thought he summoned the skulls. Now he's summoning the skulls. I love not being able to see anything. Yippee! Woohoo! Yippee! Yeah, take that, bitch. Alright, he's summoning, he's going bullshit mode. Low and steady. Low and steady. Heal there. Oh, good damage. Don't go for the head, just hit him. We're doing it! Such a fun fight! Yay! I love Rykard! I mean, I do actually like this boss a lot, but he's horrible. Like, I should just stop caring what chat says and just fucking fight him with the Storm Ruler. Killing him with, like, these meme weapons is just... Killing him with anything other than the Storm Ruler... Okay, actually, that's not true. Some weapons are okay, but most are terrible. It's just, the fight is really poorly designed, in my opinion, if you're not using the Storm Ruler. Or like ranged attacks. Deathspoker is good? Yeah, I could see Deathspoker being really good. I could have gone with Fire and Ice. Yeah, the thing is that, okay, so status buildup is good, but I'm gonna be doing no damage apart from the statuses, where I'm not even sure that would have necessarily been that much better. Yeah, you can proc guard counters off the lava. I've done it before. It's pretty funny actually, but you can't, it's not really useful for a dagger.
It's been a long while, Morgoth. Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured, the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more. Upon my name as Godfrey,
the first Elden Lord.
Can't say I've thought about that, Larkson.
That will be all. Thou didst me good service.
Siraj, no.
Siraj. I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Horalu. Warrior!
Woo! I could have gotten an extra hit there. Oh my god. Riposte do so much damage in this game now. Goodbye. Oh, I don't even have the right talismans on. All that build up for 2 seconds? Yeah, sorry. No, I mean, you just get so OP in this game if you build properly and you know, like if you use all the buffs and stuff. Oh. Oops. I do not want to use a holy weapon for these two bosses, chat. Alright, we're at the final stretch, chat. 8.5 hours fucking later. My god. Yeah, I'm done after this. We will do DS3 and DS1 tomorrow. I would not have fun doing DS3 and DS1 right now. ads. I'm sorry. Rip. I don't know how I didn't get hit there, but I'll take it. Sorry, guys. Everybody who was in the ad probably missed the fight. I'm sorry, chat. But hey, that's why you should use your Prime sub. Did you know every month you get a free Prime? Hey Roche, thank you for the Prime sub. Benedicti, thank you. Thank you guys. Whoa, the zip. Watch this, guys. Torrent. Goodbye, Elden Beast. Alright guys, I'm freaking exhausted. It's been fun though. GG Elden Ring. This game takes too freaking long, man. I need to route Elden Ring a bit more ahead of time, because man, this game's... If I had a route, we could definitely do it in like 5 or 6 hours, I think. If I have like a plan going into it. The cutscenes in this game take a long time, though. I'm pretty sure we spend like an hour every run just watching cutscenes. Yeah, we did all the DLC. You know full well you won't do it for the next marathon? Yeah. Why don't you skip them? I don't know. I mean, I like the cutscenes. I am tempted just to skip all of them just to make the run faster, but... I mean, it's not like I'm trying to do all of the games in one day, so... It's okay.
The fallen leaves tell a story of how a tarnished became Elden Lord.
Oh hey, Ardnavad, Reverend, Arkusanda,
Across the
Akko, thank you for the subs, guys.
The lands
all the Prime subs, thank you.
Our seed will look back upon us and recall an age of fracture.
Not topping it off with the Duchess run at the end. Maybe tomorrow we could do a like one boss in Night Rain just for the memes, but probably not. Definitely not today. Alright, well thank you all for watching, guys. Sorry I was getting a little impatient and maybe a little tilted towards the end there, but yeah, it was fun. Tomorrow, chat, we will do Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. I think Dark Souls 1 is going to be kind of painful. We'll see, though. We'll see. The daggers in Dark Souls 1 are just kind of bad. Okay, all of you guys that are saying the Thief's Dagger is good or the Bandit's Knife is good, like, it's good on Stray Demon, sure. And, like, Taurus Demon. But on frickin', like, ONS... On ONS, it's gonna do, like, fucking 30 damage. I'm telling you right now. It's gonna do nothing. You can't even bleed ONS. Alright guys, yeah, I'm super tired, but thank you all for watching, everybody. Yep, we'll be back tomorrow with DS3 and DS1. I'm gonna find somebody to raid, maybe.